Mr. Canty, thank you so much for helping us with the YouTube streaming. So we are now live. This was such a novelty a year ago, and here we are. Well, I'm not sure that I'm used to it, but it's starting to feel a little normal, which is kind of weird. So welcome to our February 2021 Greater Victoria Board meeting. Before we move forward, we want to take a moment to recognize and acknowledge the Esquimalt and Songhees nations on whose traditional territories we live, we learn, and we do our work. This is such a beautiful moment here where we just had the snow and moving towards spring. I'm always filled with such gratitude for the connection to the land and the people who have maintained these territories since time immemorial. And I'm grateful for their wisdom and the fact that I get to be here as an uninvited but very, very grateful settler. So I invite all of you to consider your connection to the land, the territory, and the people who have always been here. We have a question period where folks who are watching us online, because you can't be joining us in the gallery, we're online. Lisa McPhail, can you share? Last time I got it wrong, so I'm just going to go to the source. Do you mind reading out the email?
Yes, question period at sd61.bc.ca. Thank
you so much. So if you have any questions about our agenda items, please send them off and we'll get to them at the question period and do our very best to answer them. And if we're unable to answer tonight, then we will follow up to the best of our ability. So I believe all the trustees are here. So perhaps we'll move right on to an approval of the agenda. Thank you, Trustee Ryan Painter. Trustee Leonard seconds. Any changes to the agenda tonight? Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just an amendment. I believe it's just a typo, but bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find a spot in the packet, but it's we have under the policy committee work. We have, I believe it's under D2. BC, or C, the very last item, it should read, rather than policy subcommittee, I believe it's audit subcommittee was the intention. Let me just find the spot in the agenda so I can be very specific for you.
Yes, I see what you mean. It's just in the title. It's not actually in the motion itself.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's just the title and the agenda for the purposes of the agenda. And so that I just suggest that we amend or show that we've amended.
Yes. Thank you very much. I don't think we need to vote on that. It's just a clear correction. Are there any amendments? Trustee McNally.
Thank you. Chair, I'm not sure if you had a conversation with Trustee Whitaker and deemed it not the right place for the BCPC letter that she asked to have included. What happened with that? Maybe Trustee Whitaker knows.
The BCPC involves contract negotiations, so that's an in-camera item.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I don't think, though, that the letter itself was not about any negotiations. It was just a survey and wanting to know if we were replying to the survey.
Perhaps we could discuss this when we get to Trustee Ferris's report, BCPC report, because I really don't know. I don't sit at that table. So, but thank you, Trustee McNally, for bringing that up, and let's circle back to it when we get there. Okay, seeing no others, all those in favor of approving the agenda? Is that unanimous? Trustee Painter, Rob Painter?
I'll abstain. I'm sorry, I missed the entire conversation, so I'll catch up from here.
Okay, we're just approving the agenda. So that's what motion still carries. We are at the minutes of January 25th. Anybody like to move the minutes? Thank you, Trustee Ryan Painter. Trustee Leonard?
I have an amendment to that.
Please go
Under-
ahead.
Under B10, I believe it says in there that we are going to, sorry, let me just pull up to B10. Hang on, it's a long way away. That superintendent stated she would respond and will advise the group how to formally send correspondence to all board members. My understanding was is that we were not all going to get it, that they were going to communicate with her, not with all of the trustees. So I just think that's not quite clear there.
Although
But correct me if I'm wrong.
I did follow that process, and we've let them know that they can send it to trustees as a full group.
Okay.
Okay, if that doesn't work, we can revisit it, but at least that way everybody's getting it. Any other amendments to the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor? Am I glitching or am I the only one in favor of approving the minutes? Any opposed? Okay. I don't know why there's a bit of a lag there, but we'll deal with it. Any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none. Oh, I'm so excited. Next up is student achievement from Oakland's elementary school. It's my pleasure to welcome Principal Petra Eggert. Thank you so much for being with us. Can't see you. There's lots of us on the call tonight.
Thank you. I'm here. It is a pleasure to be here, and I love seeing familiar faces again. So it's an honor to speak about Oakland's and the work that's being done there. I am wondering whether or not I'm sharing my screen or just understanding from organizing pre-meeting. I was speaking with Andy Canty, and he said that he would be here, and he's got our PowerPoint, so I'm not sure how to proceed.
Hello, Petra.
Oh, hi, there you are. Sorry.
Lots of faces here. Happy to share the screen for you, and if you want to just say next slide, I can advance for you.
Thank you. That'd be great. Thanks.
It's the Google slide, yes, not PowerPoint. Am I right?
Either should work, but let's go with Google as it's probably safer.
Okay, that's the one I've got open, ready to roll. So let me try that.
Thank you.
Okay, one moment. Okay, should be sharing there.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, so thank you for having us this evening. We love talking about the work that's happening at Oakland's Elementary. It is a great school, and I'm proud to be part of the team that is working there. Next slide, please. We've got a few rapid slides to begin with. We're here tonight, myself and my vice principal, Mai May, to talk to you a little bit about our journey right now in aligning the work that's happening here with our strategic plan, the goals in the strategic plan, and mostly really narrowing in on how we're becoming culturally responsive. It's one thing to work on goals and create goals, but it's quite another thing to understand the goals and craft goals that match our understanding. And we discovered that we are on a journey, and we're excited to share that journey with you. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for those of you unfamiliar with Oakland's, Oakland's Elementary is about 500 students strong, a little over, and we've got about 50 staff members, so a very large community. It's English track, just straight English, and we are a very culturally diverse community, and we've noticed that this has offered us a lot of opportunities to surface our assumptions and our biases and our beliefs about students, about teaching, and about learning. We're excited about that, and some of our attitudes as well. Next slide, please. I want to make sure we're not blocking here. So this is Amai and me, and we're here tonight. This is us at the very beginning of September. We were a new team, and we came together, as you all know and can imagine, in this opportunity to reopen and restart a school. This is my very first principalship, and my background really is 26 years in education. And I've worked a ton in professional development and staff development, but I can say wholeheartedly, I've never entered a learning opportunity such as this year. When we came together, we were really in a crunch to figure out who we were and how we were going to enter into restarting Oakland's with each other and narrow in on what we were really committed to and how we were going to approach our commitment for running the school this year, and safety was our top priority. One of the things that we came to very early on together was our time we spent uncovering and unpacking what our shared core values were, because we knew that each decision that we were going to make this year, we were going to have to dig deep and anchor ourselves in what we value. And so Amai and I came together, and these are probably the four main core values that we've landed on, that we share and that we talk about, and that all of our decisions that we make and conversations that we have and professional development and learning that we do, conversations with parents and students, we go back to these four core. We have found that although each one of these values is something that we practice each day, courage and compassion has risen to the top. We've needed to be very courageous this year. We've needed to pull on our courage to be able to take risks, to look at things differently, to really be reflective of what our beliefs are around students and learning and ourselves as learners. And we've also needed to draw on some much needed compassion, real safety, a soft heart, and also firm in our decision making and authentic with those that we're working with. So this is who we are, and Amai is here, and I'll let her introduce herself too and tell you a little bit about her.
Hi, thank you, and it is an honor to be here tonight, so thank you for having us. Petra and I realized that we've been both teaching for 26 years and educators for 26 years. I've been at Oakland since 2017. I teach outdoor education, a little bit of French at Oakland's as well as my half-time administrative duties. We've had a lot happen this year, as you can imagine. We've both been stretched and inspired and challenged, and we're very excited to tell you about the initiatives happening at Oakland's. And I agree, we've really drawn on our creativity, on our teamwork, and our real support of each other and our team here at Oakland's. So we'll let you learn more about it. It's quite exciting.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So we've started the year where we thought, well, if these are our core values, that this is what we're sticking to and what we're going to draw on. Therefore, what are we going to commit to? So if we're all about collaboration and strong communication, being courageous and taking risks this year, and being compassionate towards our community, what are we committing to? So we decided right from the starting gate that in order for us to really truly align with the strategic plan and those goals, that we would need to actually weave in almost in every conversation and all the work that we do with around professional development, our staff meetings, we would weave in the First People's Principles of Learning and highlight that as we build relationships and build a culturally responsive community and a collaborative culture. So this has become one of the things that we go back to each time. Are we actually Are we actually weaving it into our practices? If we're committed to it, what are our behaviors? Are we behaving in this way? Are we standing firm? And we're bringing it in and weaving it into all of our conversations. So this is a commitment as we move towards creating our own and generating our own Oakland school goals that align with the direction of the district. We're going to keep coming back to the First People's Principles of Learning. Next slide, please. So in all my years of teaching, I've spent a lot of time delving into professional development and staff development. It's my passion. And I must admit, this year, prior to the pandemic and the re-articulated strategic goals, plans of the district, I would have to say, describe myself as somebody that is very focused in on the learning piece. And so this year I've actually, it's been a gift, the pandemic and the reorganizing of how we run our school has actually been this hidden gem for me to slow down, to listen, and to really examine what we simplify and prioritize and focus in on. But we found out very early on that as we were stepping into this year that we always come back to the core. We can focus in on a lot of initiatives and there's a lot of things we can do, but assessment design and practicing the work that we do together has been it's just something that we always come back to. So here we are, we're at the beginning of the year, and this is where we've started. We have started by uncovering and revisiting the redesigned curriculum and really searching for and striving for a deep understanding of it. And if we are to become culturally responsive in our teaching and the way we structure our building and our learning opportunities, we really need to focus in on what we teach and understand it. So we've started the year with focusing our learning on the redesigned curriculum and understanding what it is that we're teaching, always bringing in the First People's Principles of Learning. The next piece that we've delved into, is that the right word? We've dove into really looking at unit design, that's understanding the curriculum to create units and creating effective lessons. So that's really focusing in on how we teach. So going back to the key elements of all the pieces of the key elements that need to be involved in an effective lesson. And then the most important piece that I've found over and over again, that transfer of understanding for anyone really happens when we practice it by doing it. And we practice and do it together in each other's classrooms, in each other's spaces. We share student results. We are student result focused and oriented, always looking for what are they telling us about what they're learning. What does that tell us about how we're teaching? And what does that tell us about what we need to do next? So we are on a quest right now to improve our assessment practices and really have a solid understanding of the curriculum and effective lessons. Slide, please. Oh, I think we missed a slide, but that's okay. Nope, we didn't. Sorry, I just want to introduce the video that you're going to watch now. The journey of us becoming culturally responsive and the journey of us really understanding the curriculum, the what we teach and the how we teach it, started before I arrived at Oakland's. The story started with the Oakland's Totem Legacy Project. And Amai has done an absolutely beautiful job of putting words to this story. We've selected the most important pieces that we'd like you to see and witness today. So I won't say much more about that, just that it will speak for itself, and I'll let you press play. Andy.
Just let me know if the sound isn't coming through correctly or anything, and I'll fix it and go back.
Perfect.
In 2017, Kwagulth and Coast Salish artist Carrie Newman offered to carve a totem with the Oaklands community. That meant that over 500 students, 50 staff, and about 20 practicum students, and many parents would participate in this hands-on, hearts-on legacy project that drew from the past and looked to the future. The scale of the project was far-reaching and all-encompassing on many levels, but let me assure you, this is not a story about chipping wood. At that first assembly in the fall of 2018, students roared with delight in the crowded gym as the animals they'd voted for were called out one by exciting one. With help from students, Carrie popped balloons and revealed that playful otter, courageous bear, and loyal wolf would make up our family totem. More cheers followed when he told us that Raven, the trickster, who had come to Carrie in a dream, would sit at the top of it. And later we heard stories how the tenacious, determined hummingbird had tucked itself into the wooden folds. And if the decibels in that gym were any indication, something big was happening, and the totem was just the beginning. While I was cutting my teeth on being a new vice principal, I was simultaneously getting a crash course in grant writing, as in, here are the applications, let us know what happens. In the end, our grants totaled more than $50,000, and Carrie got an additional $50,000 from TELUS towards the yet-to-be-finished 3-part documentary. He's also mentoring an artist from Haida Gwaii named Teus, who we've also grown really fond of. And he's working with the Indigenous Education Department at UVic to assess whether the Totem Legacy Project has deepened understanding of Indigenous knowledge and perspectives for future teachers. And in the early days, before that old-growth red cedar from Port Renfrew was lifted onto our basketball court, Carrie went to classes and spoke about Orange Shirt Day, or traditional and modern carving tools. When the totem found its horizontal home in our courtyard, covered by an open-walled tent, Carrie presented to all our 24 classes for 4 or 5 hours at a time, letting them carve, touch, smell, and experience all aspects of totem carving. He described the symmetry and measurement of totems, what tools were used to shape the animals, and told stories that emerged from the wood. This internationally recognized artist is also an Oakland's dad. He can often be seen chatting with teachers or parents in the playground, listening to podcasts on wireless earphones, or heading up to UVic, where he is a professor in the Department of Visual Arts. We quickly learned that the creator of the witness blanket is also a quiet polymath, who has the ability to harness big ideas and concepts like colonialism, indigenization, and reconciliation into the everyday conversations of Canadians. The totem became a catalyst to engage body, mind, spirit, community, and land, but this did not happen overnight. Over the last 4 years, many of the adults in the building have grappled with their own fears and anxieties about perpetuating misconceptions, making mistakes, or giving offense when teaching Indigenous content, as finesse literature suggests. So we started the story there, facing our fears and holding on to the idea that the goal is not only positive change and a holistic worldview, but a process of healing for generations. And while Carrie jokes that my wife said I had to do it, truly, we all had to do it. We all have to do the work. Within the tight grain of the red cedar, Carrie envisioned the totem stories, metaphors, and teachings. From there, we could start to envision a more socially and ecologically just future, where we challenge current structures, biases, and privileges, with the goal of making schools more inclusive for all. A tall order for sure, but as an Indigenous botanist and author of Braiding Sweetgrass, Robin Wall Kimmerer reminds us, It's really as straightforward as paying attention. Paying attention, she writes, is a form of reciprocity with the living world, receiving the gifts with open eyes and open heart. Carrie gave us the gift of paying attention. He has inspired us along the journey to look at ourselves in the hopes that we rewrite a new narrative. We are happy to report that more than 500 children are co-writing this story. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide.
In 2017,
Oh. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, MI. We all know that education is the key to creating social change, and we are so grateful for the story that Carrie has started, and for allowing for all of us to be authors in that story. And we thought we'd end with the slide that we began with, and ask that you just imagine a year from now. We'll show this picture again, and there will be a totem right at the front entrance of our school, Oakland's. And we're hoping that this will become the beginning of the story, that it will become a place holder or a reminder and a touchstone for us around becoming more culturally responsive and creating an education system that is open and responsive to all. So imagine the totem will be greeting us as we come to the front steps of Oakland School, and it will be a healing journey that will continue on together, and a reminder to all students that they're authors of this story, and that they have some say in it. So thank you for allowing for us to tell you what's going on at Oakland's, and we hope to be able to follow up with you and let you know how things are going and the goals that we create based on this journey that has been started. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. It's so beautiful. It gives me goosebumps to hear about all the work you're doing, and I'm so excited to be there when that totem pole is raised up there, and to be a part of that, witnessing that story. So thank you so much for sharing and for being here. We haven't had a lot of opportunity to hear about what's happening in our schools with the pandemic, so it's just such a treat to have you come and share with us. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So now we're moving on to our community presentations, and I have 3 folks on the agenda, and each one has 5 minutes, give or take, but we do try to keep it real tight. So if you're going over, I'll just give you a little heads up. We don't do like a question or answer period or dialogue after at these formal meetings, although we certainly have those conversations at our standing committees. So I just want to preface this just to let you know, make sure that you're clear on the fact that nothing is on the table at this moment around strings. We're at the beginning of our budget process, and we will be having a lot of these conversations, as we look at the budget as a whole. And that'll, a good place for you to engage with this will be at our operations committee meetings. And certainly there we can have more dialogue. It's difficult being on Zoom, but I just wanted to preface that this isn't, just so you know, it's not on our agenda later tonight or anything like that. I recognize there's a lot of anxiety in the community around this, and that's fair. It's tough stuff. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all here. Anya Repstock, are you going to take us away and share with us? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, me too. It's an honor to speak here tonight, so thank you for letting me do that. My name is Anya Repstock. I'm a music teacher in School District 61 and have been teaching primarily strings in grades 5 to 12 for 15 years. I'm currently teaching strings at Campus View, Doncaster, Margaret Jenkins, Sir James Douglas, South Park, and Willows. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity today to speak about the strings program in our school district. When I came to Canada as a young teacher 16 years ago, I started volunteering as an assistant in Susan Collenwald's strings classes, while my credits from my training in Germany were approved by the teacher regulation branch. Susan, along with her husband Mike Classic and colleague Mike Nuno, taught as itinerant teachers the district strings program that had just recently gained momentum in community support after surviving a cut. It was successful, supported by the board and superintendent, and much appreciated by the families in our community. I traveled with Susan from school to school and witnessed students that were highly engaged and participating in music classes that were taught with passion and expertise. It was a revelation to me. I had only known a system where learning an instrument happened in private lessons or public funded music schools, and I was convinced this would be the only way one can learn an instrument. And there I saw classes, some bigger, some smaller, learn together successfully. It included children of all abilities and backgrounds, and all were invested. In that moment, I realized what the system of private lessons was missing: to teach the students a sense of community where everybody contributes to a joyful and rewarding musical outcome. Since then, Susan, Mike, and Mike have retired, and 15 teachers have taken over the string program, which has a history in Victoria of over 100 years and survived threats of cuts. It is taught at 16 elementary schools, all middle schools, and 5 high schools. Some of you have faithfully attended many school concerts, including our annual celebration of strings orchestra finale at UVic, with over 600 string students from grade 5 to 12 playing in one concert. Today, I want to highlight the string program at our elementary schools. Knowing that we are lacking programs at some elementary schools, it is important to look at the ones that have it and how it is affecting our students. Initially, schools could choose to have a string program. When the K-7 school model changed to a K-5 and 6-8 model, some elementary schools kept the strings program in grade 4 and 5. In order to give students at more schools access, most of the funding for the grade 4 programs was taken to fund more grade 5 string programs. Currently, we have about 600 students enrolled in grade 5 strings across the district, maybe the highest number yet. String numbers at the middle schools also have been growing, which shows how many students continue in the program from grade 5. The grade 5 program lays the foundations for middle school learning and enables a readiness and smooth transition. It reaches the students equally cognitively and emotionally, so they can connect with their peers at middle school over an already established activity. Besides learning the technical side of playing a string instrument or learning to read music, what we teach students in grade 5 in strings is to contribute to their best abilities, to show leadership, to show patience for each other, to engage towards a mutual outcome, music. That is so rewarding for everyone in the group. In closing, I would like to show you a picture of 2 of my students last year from Sir James Douglas. See, here they are. This picture was taken during our first lockdown last April. Students were taught remotely at their homes and were not able to learn together, play, or socialize. Yet these 2 students found a way of connecting with each other. They used the resources they gained in only a few months in strings to practice their skills, connect with a friend, and share their music. I want to thank you for having supported music education in our school district for what is now over a century. Today, when you're talking about programs that you want to develop or continue, please consider the strings program and give it your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anya. I really appreciate that. Next, I'll welcome Serena Samra.
Hi, everybody. Hello, my name is Serena Samra, and I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional territory of the Algonquin speaking people and Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations on which I live, learn, raise my family, and speak to you today. So I have two children at Strawberryvale Elementary. Our experience with the elementary strings program, like many others at the school, has been beyond amazing. The strings program opened a whole new world for our daughter. They start off by being exposed in kindergarten, by watching and listening to the first and second years performing, and develop an interest from there. If they decide they want to pursue that interest, the opportunity becomes available in grades 4 and 5. This program has provided a focus on the arts and a place for the non-athletic students to belong and feel included. From the moment they enter those elementary school doors, we teach them to be inclusive, and we will need to practice this by ensuring a variety of programs are available for those students. By keeping the elementary strings program available at the schools they currently run at, we can continue to achieve this and possibly build on it in the future. The arts is so often overlooked. A lot of these kids end up feeling out of place and not belonging because they aren't good at sports, but if they don't play, then they're left out. The smile on their faces, excitement and confidence is completely different coming out of strings on practices. The smile and level of confidence didn't happen with cross country, with track, basketball, and all the other sports activities available. That was our experience. And our daughter tried it all because she really wanted to be part of a team. But it's no fun when no one passes the ball to you because you're not good enough, or makes comments because a kid isn't fast enough. That really leads to self-doubt and the opposite of what we're trying to instill in our children. I understand sports activities are made available by school staff putting in their own time. And unfortunately, strings is different. It requires education and can't be picked up by reading a book. It takes years of practice and starts off at a young age usually. The elementary strings program provides variety. Not every student is an athlete. And by taking elementary strings programs away, where will all these kids go to feel they belong to something? The goal is to provide a platform to build confidence and skills that they can continue to build through middle and high school, when self-esteem, confidence, and doubt are taking a beating. I'm sure you're aware of the evidence that music has on learning and memory by Casey's essay, so I won't go into that today. Last year, we had the opportunity to visit Colquitt's Middle School, and the students played pieces. It was another amazing experience for us and the kids to see. Those kids got to see all the other kids being part of either an instrument by playing or singing as part of the choir. And also last year resulted in a break from being at school as the pandemic unfolded. The impacts on the mental health were huge. By having practices as a group and individually was very positive. A bit of a saving grace because the kids could play together, and after each practice, we the parents noticed a positive change in the children's mood and mental health. It's these opportunities and programs starting at the elementary level that make our school district unique. It's something to be embraced and supported, and I hope you'll take this into consideration during your review. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Serena, fellow Strawberryvale mom. And finally, our last community presentation tonight, Casey Chen. Thank you so much for being here, Casey. It's always really powerful to hear from our students.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Casey Chen, and I'm a sophomore student at Mount Douglas Secondary School. Since I was 10, I've been a violist in orchestras at Doncaster, Cedar Hill, and now Mount Duck. I am grateful for these strings programs because without them, I couldn't have pursued an instrument I now love. My musical education, thanks to the district, began in grade 5. That year was the highlight of my time in elementary school, and one of the reasons why was orchestra. I always looked forward to classes because I could spend time with friends playing music. Meanwhile, I was learning a new intriguing hobby that I plan to carry with me through life. That year was also significant for everyone because that was when the majority of my peers began their pursuit of music. Any that left strings often joined band or choir. The elementary school program initiated my interest and the interest of many others in making music, which is invaluable now. Playing music allows me to de-stress. I made a large group of friends through orchestra, and practicing an instrument is beneficial to the brain. On the benefits of music education to the developing brain, I've written a review of an article published by the Royal Conservatory of Music in Toronto on the subject. To summarize, scientific breakthroughs in recent years, such as functional magnetic resonance imaging, has allowed us to study brain activity. We found that numerous areas of the brain associated with skills unrelated to music are active even when playing an instrument. To support this, a group of children in a 2009 survey experienced greater improvement in their vocabulary after receiving music lessons than they did receiving visual arts lessons. A copy of the full review has been submitted for your examination. I hope you will consider what I've said during your review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Casey and Serena and Anya, all of you for joining us tonight and so articulately sharing your perspective and the benefits of strings as you've seen it. It's really inspiring and wonderful to hear. And I also just really appreciate you making the time for us on a Monday night. So thank you so much. Next up, I'm moving to our correspondence section. We've got 13 items of correspondence there, trustees, for your information. As is our new practice, this includes many of the letters that are being sent by our fellow school boards across the province that we get through the BCSTA, and of course our BCSTA advocacy letters, and there are a couple letters there from our district PAC as well. There's nothing anybody, I think this is just for information tonight. So I'll move on to the chair's report. My February report, I'll just make it super brief. Hugely grateful to all of our staff, especially our facility staff who cleared all that snow. Thank you to the universe for bringing that snow at the perfect timing for us. So went over that nice long weekend. And although I know many of our staff gave up some of their long weekend to make sure that it was safe for everybody to come back to on Tuesday. So much gratitude for that. I also just want to highlight our Pink Shirt Day, or not our, obviously it's a national observance now, which is really exciting. Here in our district, we have had a pink shirt poster contest, which is just really exciting. And I encourage you to visit the link and check out some of the amazing art. And I was really excited to hear that we made copies of these posters and they're up in our schools, and I know that must make the artists feel really excited. I'm very proud of their work, as they should be, spreading the message of kindness. And it's a perfect feeding into our science of kindness mental wellness snapshot that we had at the beginning of the year, which if you haven't visited those and had a look at them, I highly encourage you to do that. You might learn something new. But other than that, I've just got my regular update there. Oh, the last thing I want to highlight, just to say, I read Five Little Indians by Michelle Good, which a lot of people in our system right now are engaging with. I read it in probably 10 hours flat. It was amazing. It was devastating. It was really powerful. And I look forward to having conversations with my colleagues and others in the district as we further engage with that on our journey of reconciliation. Does anybody have any questions around my report? Seeing none, I'll move to the next item, which is the annual work plan. And this is just giving you a heads up on what's coming up down the line. As I mentioned previously, we have budget conversations that'll be coming forward with the budget bylaw, the first reading for the 2021-2022 year. And there are a few other, there's quite a bit going on actually in March, and it's a condensed month as well because we've got spring break coming up. So it'll be busy and good just to have a look at the work plan and have a sense of those things that are coming forward. Are there any questions? Great, then I'll turn it over to Trustee Ferris, who's going to give us a BCPC report. Thank you so much, Tom.
Thank you. So I included a very brief report in which you can find. And I've also forwarded any correspondence I got from BCSTA to trustees who have further questions. The report is simply about the AGM, which was very short, but was mostly about electing new directors, and there really was not much to it. There is more information which you can read. Thank you very much.
Trustee Whitaker?
So I just want to bring up again that Trustee Ferris forwarded us an email that was to be circulated to all trustees, including those trustees in a conflict of interest. And it's just in regards to a survey that BCPC sent out, which a response is due tomorrow. So I'm just wanting to follow up and know that somebody is doing this, or I don't know if trustees are supposed to see the survey or what's going on with that. Maybe Tom knows more.
Okay, to be honest, no, I don't. I did see that there was a survey. I sent the information that I had out to trustees, thinking I might hear. Sorry, I did get information from BCPC asking if there was if we had information for the survey. I haven't heard back from trustees on that. So, but if you have something you want to add, please let me know.
I guess my challenge is I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. And I know Steph and I spent some time looking for it.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm sorry about that because, yeah, I don't know, to be honest.
Well, let's see if we can track it down.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe Kim could help me track that down. I don't, yeah, not sure.
It did say that it was supposed to go out to all of us, but it didn't arrive in my mailbox.
Superintendent has her hand up.
Yeah, Second Superintendent.
It was a survey that was put out related to the last round of bargaining. It was given to HR and to superintendent, and we did fill it in. It was basic information around the bargaining round.
Trustee McNally?
Thank you. I would have thought that, well, it just seems to be some kind of issue of timing and information. I would have thought the trustees would have had some input into this, and tomorrow's a bit late for that now. So I just want to express my disappointment that we did not have any chance to have any input at all. So there you go.
Trustee Rob Painter?
Through the chair to the superintendent, would it be possible for the superintendent to provide a copy of the survey and responses that were put forward, whether it's in camera or not, just so that we understand what questions are being asked? Is this, in the past, this had to do with developing a bargaining position, and so I'm curious about what's going forward.
I can certainly provide that for trustees in camera at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee McNally, your Indigenous Nations Education Council rep report.
Thank you very much. I won't take anybody's time reading it. It's there for your reading pleasure. I've really enjoyed the variety of books that our Indigenous Nations Director Shelley Nemi has provided for me. It's an amazing library down there. So I hear our chair has been doing some reading as well. There's lots of amazing information down there, just shelves of it. And I want to thank the members of the Indigenous Nations Education Council, if any of them are here tonight, and thank our chair for my assignment to that council. It's very worthwhile. So the report's enclosed for you to read.
Thank you so much, Trustee McNally. And if you have not visited the INEC library in the bottom of the Tomey building, you should make a stop by. not sure if we can do that with the COVID. Well, I'm sure with the mask and distancing. Well worth a visit anyways. Those resources are, like you say, Trustee McNally, just shelves full of great reading and learning. Next up, I'll turn it over to Trustee Ryan Painter to introduce the Education Policy and Direction Committee section of our agenda.
Thank you, Chair. As you will see, there are draft minutes from our February 1st, 2021 meeting, and as well a recommended motion in B. Chair, if you want, I can read the motion into the record, or you can put it on the floor, whatever you like.
Sure, thank you so much. The motion is that the board commit to an annual elementary school investment in literacy according to each elementary school's unique needs and in alignment with the strategic plan using coach approach, reading recovery, or other established literacy programs. And further, that the board consider an amount of $530,000 in its 2021-2022 budget deliberations to align to the strategic plan and a literacy focus. So that motion, before we put it officially on the table, I want to open it up to our partners. Crystal Hammer with VCPAC.
Thanks. VCPAC is really excited to see this amount of funding come forward, and so we want to thank the board very much for that. We do have some questions and concerns about how you're going to ensure equitable access to these resources across the district, and we really would have loved to see a little bit more information about that from the ed policy report that was put forward at that committee. It's things like what is being provided, what are the budget associated with what is being provided, and what's missing, or how do you assess when you get applications for access to this funding. And we're looking for a little bit more information, and we hope you as a board have a little bit more of that information as a way to assess accountability for how these monies are spent, and that you are achieving your goals of increased support for children in literacy, which we think is really wonderful. And we are looking for some specific, hoping for a bit of a reporting, that you're going to get a bit of a reporting on how you're spending the money and what's effective and what's not effective. And I do want to just flag this one issue about equitable resources, because I do note that I think it's policy 6163 is up to go into an administrative handbook today, but it's the policy that requires you to provide equitable access to resources, both money and humans and materials. And so I think that policy, especially, I think this motion is really bringing to the forefront the importance of that policy. So, but thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, VCPAC Chair Hammer. Superintendent Green.
So I would just like to reiterate and focus on almost a year's worth of work through the Equity Committee, looking at our early literacy programming and what a good, valuable program would look like, everything from assessment practices to side-by-side teaching to different literacy programming opportunities, which took everybody on that committee through a process of understanding what early literacy learning can look like for multiple different students, how the assessment practices aligns to it, how Pro-D needs to be a part of that, how resources need to be a component of that. And even though there's multiple different ways to teach and assess and be a part of literacy, there's also a continuum about a 4-year plan on putting a deep literacy program together in every single school. And every school will be on a different space and place on that 4-year continuum. So it was quite an extensive deep dive into early literacy. The plan will be to do exactly what Ms. Hammer is talking about, looking at how to establish a very deep, comprehensive literacy program in every single school, It doesn't have to just be on one platform, but can be on several different ones. But the expectation, not only of the funding, the needs that the students would have, how to establish that program, and over a 4-year time period to adapt and expand it. And so this is just a starting place on looking at that. Every school would have to look at where they are on literacy and then expand it and build it as you go along with support from the district staff. So it does have a comprehensive report behind it.
Yes, and tracking outcomes too, which is super exciting. Also, policy 110 is our equity policy. So that definitely is worthwhile looking at in terms of how that would direct our resource allocation as well. That is codified there under 110. Trustee Ferris and then Trustee Ryan Painter.
Thank you, Chair. Actually,
were there any, sorry, Tom, were there any other partners who I didn't, Winona, I don't see you. Nope. Okay, great. Go ahead, Tom.
well, I just wanted to, thank the superintendent for answering some of my questions as well. But also to say that this is for budget consideration and really until such time as we've passed a budget, we're still, this is something we're looking at. Thank you.
Trustee Ryan Painter, and then
Thank you,
Trustee
Judge.
McNally.
Just before we put the motion on the floor to debate, I did, as chair of the equity committee, just want to commend the work of staff and the committee and all members around the table who really did take a deep dive into this early literacy piece for the last year. It was a lot of work, a lot of education on the different ways that early literacy is implemented, employed in our schools and learned, and then the various preferences around the table across the district. Of course, we have a very diverse district with lots of different needs, and it was a great learning process. And I think what came out of it was, hopefully a recommendation that the board will seriously consider. Thank you, Chair.
Just to clarify, the motion is on the floor. I did read it in. Trustee
My apologies.
McNally? That's all right. Trustee McNally and then Trustee Duncan.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying that, Chair. I did believe the motion was on the floor. As I recall, this motion arose out of my original motion a year ago that School District 61 provide reading recovery in every elementary school. So the Equity Committee did have a deep dive into that. I'm going to be voting against this motion because it's come back very different from what I had hoped. When we talk about accountability, reading recovery has decades of history of accountability. It's the most accountable program ever. If you ask any reading recovery teacher or any parent whose kid has been through the program and seen dramatic results. I also wonder about the consider part. I'm wondering about a motion to consider something. That just doesn't seem like excellent wording of a motion to me. So I don't really want to vote for considering something. I'll either vote for it or against it. So because of the lack of reading recovery, this motion has, well, it's not a lack. Because of the deep change in this motion, I won't be supporting it. I also wonder what Sioux and Saanich districts know that we don't, because they do have full implementation. So thank you, Chair.
Just to clarify, Superintendent, this motion would not preclude all of our elementary schools opting into reading recovery if that was their choice?
Excuse me, it does open up the opportunity for people to choose it through a reading recovery platform or the platform of their choice.
Could I just follow up on that, Chair? What I meant by full implementation was that schools don't have to go through the agonizing process of paying for half. Reading recovery teachers work a half day because it's a very intensive program of teaching. So schools in our district have to pay for half that half day salary. There are other things schools could be doing with that money. And so every school I've ever been in, formerly as a reading recovery teacher, had agonizing school-based budget decisions to make. And if we had full implementation, my motion implied that schools would no longer have to do that. It would be a district-funded program, and schools wouldn't have to go through that terrible discussion of what can we offer students. It would just be offered as it is in Sioux and Saanich.
Just as a point of clarification, this $530,000 would, the idea is to move away from that agonizing decision and to put the money in there. I think, at any rate, just to be clear, like this is new money, so that no schools, having to do that. I mean, that's what I understand this to be. If I'm wrong, please correct me, Superintendent. No. Okay. I've got Trustee Duncan and then Trustee Rob Painter, and then I think we'll call the question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go over really a question of clarification that I had that would help me as I decide how I want to vote on this one. So at committee, we discussed and were provided with some figures around a 4-year plan that would start with an initial funding for this school year, which I understood at committee was 45,000 more than is being currently offered annually for reading recovery. So my understanding was that reading recovery, the funding was 485,000 during the last school year, and that the amount in the first school year, the first of the 4 years anyways, was amount to an increase in 45,000 in funding. And so what I'm hearing now, if I could just clarify through the chair to the superintendent, is that, or to the secretary treasurer, if that's more appropriate, what I'm hearing now is that it's not actually an increase of 45,000. It's an increase, it's a separate budget. So the 485,000 that is currently allocated for reading recovery teachers at the, is it 16 elementary schools, would be is maintained, for lack of a better way to describe it. And then there's an additional pot of over $500,000 that we're putting forward in the first year in order to fund other literacy initiatives of the school's choice. Is that right?
Generally, that is the correct idea that we are looking at. We are clear that some schools are looking at enhancing a different literacy platform than just reading recovery. And so other schools are on a journey themselves that they aren't just on year 1, but perhaps they're on year 3 of advancing their literacy program. So each school is looking at this in a different way. It doesn't diminish the reading recovery choices that schools have had. And we realize that budget will remain intact. This will be an extra budget on top of that. But will we need to spend both of them to the extent that we currently are? Highly unlikely, because every school will now look at where they are with literacy, how they want to implement a deep literacy program that really is a 4-year implementation. And so if you're on year 1, you're going to be spending more money on your literacy implementation, deciding on how you're doing it, than if you were on year 4. So it aligns to our strategic plan. It will be an expensive initial scenario that we are budgeting for, but as people make their choices on where they're going to be, the actual spending of that may not be as extensive at this point.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I just follow up then? I just want to be 100% clear that I understand what we're doing here. So again, at committee, we looked at a 4-year suggestion for budget allocation. And in that, we noticed that in the first year, there's the 500 and sorry, I'm just trying to read my notes at the same time. So 530,000 in the first year, and that would be declining over the 4 years until the last year, where we had basically about half the amount, a little less than half. So the idea being that really we're looking to help elementary schools build on their literacy plan, and then we're anticipating that in the 3rd and 4th year, there will be less funding required by schools in order to maintain what they've built over the first couple of years. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Trustee Rob Painter, and then we'll call the question.
Well, yes, the one concern I did have right now, well, 2 concerns actually. I understand that this is net new, but I don't understand is this like a new allocation from the province, or is it a proposed rebalancing of the current budget? And if so, what is being taken off the list? So that's the one question. The other question is, I'd like to understand, recognizing that equity is a factor, how this money is going to be allocated across schools. Is it only it's going to each of our elementary schools, but is it on a per capita basis? Is it strictly on an equity basis? Are we going to be funding or providing additional funding to schools that already have reading recovery in place, or this going only to the schools that don't have reading recovery? I just have a lot of questions about what is being proposed. And unfortunately, I went to our website to try to find the report that was produced by the Equity Committee, and I wasn't able to track that one down. So I need to ask the questions now, I guess.
So I can speak to the programming component, and perhaps Kim can speak to the budgeting that you're asking a question about. A school may be utilizing reading recovery as a full support program in their building, happy with it. It works really well. Their teachers are happy and they don't want to change anything or move. And so they will remain with the same budgeting that they do, and they have the choice to be able to do that. Notwithstanding that choice, we still are watching data, as Trustee McNally is saying, and we need to be following through on how our kids are doing, just like everybody else. Where another school may have, I'll use SJD as one of our examples. Last year, they chose to move on to Jolly Phonics. And so they had to provide professional development. They invested in materials for it. A support person in their building was given an allotment to support all the early literacy and training for assessment practices within their school. And so they looked at the budgeting of how they could implement that, knowing that some of their teachers would be new each year, but they wanted to implement that. And then what did the data say about how their students were doing? And as we've heard them present to the board, their data is telling them that they are doing very well, but they focused on that program. And so they needed the money and the supports to be able to implement that. Where a school like Oakland's is doing a side-by-side literacy program under the coach approach. And if it was the brand new first year in, they would have to look at resources. They would have to look at Pro-D for their teachers and how to be implementing that, how to have the teacher leader, and making sure that they have guided literacy programs for every single level. And so they might be starting in year one. They would come forward to their deputy or associate and say, we are in year one. We want to utilize for 5 classes of kindergartens, this scenario on moving forward. Ultimately, every school has to understand what early literacy looks like, the programming and the supports that they're going to implement, the assessment practice to show how it's doing, and then it is a 4-year step process, depending on which one they use. And so every school has to look at it differently. There isn't just one size fits all for every school. This would be a budget that we will begin, because we've heard from many of our schools that they want to start that process, but they don't have funds to do that. And so sometimes it's a shift from one style of program to another, or just an enhancement. We've heard from our French immersion folks that they also want to be able to implement this. And one of the areas that they're looking at is resources. This gives them the opportunity to do that with all of the pieces that I've articulated to you so far, and the assessment on how we're doing as a yearly feedback loop for the Board of Trustees as they spend this money.
Just a point of clarification then. So I take it that come budget season, we'll actually be getting some sort of a report on the results that schools that have implemented these different programs and are looking for funding, we'll get an understanding of what the effectiveness of their work has been at this point, understanding that if they're in year one, it's still developing, but we'll get some sort of sense of what the value is for this proposed allocation.
Yes, and we've been looking at our school goals for each of the schools that alignment to the strategic plan and the goals that they choose. And so I have also articulated to trustees previously that that will be a part of our planning as we look at strategic plans. So we get some feedback on how we are doing in each of our schools on the initiatives that we've chosen.
Okay, lots of excellent questions. Appreciate all the information.
Chair,
We've
I'm
been
sorry,
on
that was-
this for quite some time. This
Chair,
is a
I'm
motion
sorry.
to consider. It'll be coming forward to the budget process if it passes.
Chair,
do
that
have a
was
question.
one question. The other question that was going to be referred to the Secretary Treasurer was whether or not this is completely new money from the ministry, or if this is being directed by reallocating funds, and if so, what the choice is being proposed is going forward.
Secretary Treasurer?
This is not new money from the Ministry of Education in terms of operating grant or other grants. This budget consideration is called a consideration because it will go into the pool of all the other pressures and requests. And there is no offsetting allocation for it at this time. But it will be part of the big conversation. We had the district team present to you on February 1st at ED around learning and what the initiatives were to advance the strategic plan and improve opportunities for students. And so as those team budgets come forward with their initiatives, those budgets will be considered by the board. So it may be rolled up into the budget that the district team brings forward in terms of maybe some of their status quo amounts, or it may be needed to be new money, but the board will have to consider all of the pressures and added initiatives in its deliberations.
Chair, point of order before we go anywhere else with this. I said I had brought the original motion to establish reading recovery in every school, and it was actually Trustee Ryan Painter. So I apologize for that mistake.
Thank you for the clarification, and Trustee Painter for shepherding this to the board and to equity and all along the back to us, and now forward to the budget committee if it passes. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion on the floor. Any opposed? Abstentions? Trustee Rob Painter, are you opposed or abstaining?
Sorry, jumped the gun on abstaining.
It's okay. I think I have a bit of a lag, so bear with me. Now we're at D2, and I'll turn it over to Trustee Leonard with the Operations Policy and Planning Committee.
Well, I think unlike last month where we didn't have very many motions, we have a full slate of motions. We have 8 motions. Before you is the draft minutes of the February 8th meeting. And is the first motion, I couldn't read it very well, that we move all of them, Chair? Or I'm going through them individually?
I'd like to move as many of them together as we can. So are there any that trustees want to sever out? Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to sever out D2B, A, B, and C, and D2C.
D, we'll take that separately because it's a bylaw. So is that correct? So just under D2B, I don't know. So
yeah, A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
Please, yeah.
Right. Are there any others, Trustee McNally?
Thank you. For simplicity, I'd like to sever them all. Some of them are going to be quickies and some of them aren't. So if we just take them all and seriate them separately, it'll be simple.
Is there any one that you want to talk about that isn't A, B, or C?
Yes.
If not, I'd rather move D, E, F, and G together, and then we can spend our debate and discussion on A, B, and C.
I just have questions on E, so can that just be pulled out as well,
Yep.
please?
A, B, C, and E. How about that?
Okay, well, let's
So
hold
then
it for a
let's
minute then.
move D, F, and G.
ABG. Hang on, let me look at G a bit more.
That's the IT, the solution to searching for reports on the web. I think we all want that.
So, sorry,
Is this
Chair,
not our
could you
only
just,
time to ask questions then?
get me up to speed on what we're severing and what we're going to pass as a clump? It probably would be easier if you just tell me what we're going to pass as a group.
That's what I'm trying to do, Trustee McNally. I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to hear if there are any others that want to be severed out. So far, I've got A, B, C, and E.
Well, and you had for me all of them, which you chose to kind of barrel past.
So
it's our practice to ask if we want to, if you want to talk about all of them, we can, but I would way rather spend our debate time on the motions that need to be debated. We have a full agenda, and so I'm not hearing any rationale.
Okay, I would also just like to pull out G, which is I'm totally for this, but I think it's an opportunity to provide more input.
Okay, great. So then let's pass or call the question on the proposed calendar. It's 2022, which this is where we just posted on the website for feedback and to our schools. So that's at D. And then the motion at F, which is to write the letter to the Ministry of Education asking for them to fully fund net zero capital upgrade and replacement projects. So I am going to call the question on those two excellent motions. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you so much, trustees. I appreciate that. And now we'll go up to A, that the board adopt the policy development workflow as presented by the policy subcommittee. And so that the memo and workflow diagram is at page 82 for your consideration. And the motion, before I put it on the floor, I just want to hear from, I know we heard from the chair of VCPAC at, I think it was you or one of your colleagues at Ops when this was presented. I don't know if you want to have anything to say tonight as well.
I do. I can understand the policy subcommittee's desire to think through about an efficient way to handle some policies, but I still, listening to the questions posed by your trustees and looking into, for example, the appeals process procedure that was followed, which was a bylaw, I still, as a stakeholder, think that you have a little bit more work to do to reconcile this process with your existing bylaws. And if you would like to take a direct, and I think our advice would be, if you would like to take a direction that doesn't fit with your bylaws right now, perhaps identify where it doesn't fit and then make motions for amendments to make it fit. And we really do urge you as a board to follow your bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Trustee Ryan Painter?
Thank you, Chair. I actually have an amendment to this motion, which came, well, before I motivate, I'll move and we'll see if we have a seconder. So it's to just add to the end after by the policy subcommittee to add and further that the Board of Education update all applicable bylaws and policies to reflect alignment to the workflow document. And I can read that again if that will help folks.
Sorry, point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that our trustee colleague is suggesting an amendment to bring a proposed motion in line with our board bylaws. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the motion shouldn't be considered by the board that is not already in line with our board bylaws. So I would like a ruling from the chair, please, on that.
What I'm hearing from Trustee Ryan Painter is that he would like that as we adopt this workflow that we look to make sure that bylaws, all of our policies reflect that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. And perhaps an inelegant way of wording it, but yes, that's what I'm attempting to do here.
I'm not sure that there are clear examples of how the workflow is out of alignment. When I worked on developing this with the policy subcommittee, I did that while looking at all of our policies, which I'm quite familiar with. So, I mean, my personal belief is that we are in alignment, and but we do need to have a really good look at that and make sure. It would be possible that we could we're having challenges because the policy subcommittee is bringing a lot of work forward that's it's just sort of in the queue, and so my concern is if we can't move that through the queue or come up with amend the policies or whatever needs to happen, that it's like this never ending cycle. So we need the workflow to be approved so that we can move forward with those pieces. So the workflow itself doesn't supersede anything, but it gives us some direction on how to move stuff from the policy subcommittee, following our bylaws, with the policy subcommittee bylaw being the main one, and of course consultation. I think the motion is in order because it's saying that we need to look at bringing everything in line, but I'm open to doing it another way as well. I just don't, do you see that catch-22 of like, we can't move any policies forward because nobody agrees on the workflow. And so how do we do that? We need some agreement in principle that this is how we're going to provide feedback. I know there's lots of opinions on this. Trustee Duncan and then Trustee Leonard. Okay,
Yeah,
first, do you have a seconder for the amendment, Ryan? And then maybe we can speak to the amendment. Thank you, Trustee Leonard. Trustee Duncan, are you speaking to the amendment?
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
I believe this amendment is out of order. We have specific processes for amending bylaws. If we are to amend bylaws, they need to be handled separately, 3 motions or 3 readings, etc. So anything in Trustee Painter's proposed language that would reflect amending bylaws to accommodate a policy, I would say it's out of order. The bylaws trump the policies.
I totally agree with you. 100% agree with you. And that is not what I understand the amendment to be. The amendment is that the policy subcommittee has a workflow pattern and that we consider our bylaws, like as Chair, VCPAC Chair Hammer has suggested, that we have a look at those to make sure that everything's aligned. I don't know, maybe I'm not articulating what you're saying. I should stop trying to speak for you, Trustee Painter, but everything has to come through the board, of course. Nothing is going to happen all at once. It's just we need to start moving on these policies. Trustee Leonard, did you, if you want to challenge and just say that it's out of order, we can certainly have a vote on that, but I'm definitely not trying to do something that's out of order here.
Yeah, I have a comment. I appreciate the amendment that was brought forward because at the ops meeting, some of the discussion from different trustees was that they felt that one line out of the bylaw or one line out of the policy policy on writing policies didn't align with the workflow. And when I read the workflow document, I felt it aligned, but having their concerns that maybe it didn't prompted, thought in my mind that maybe it would be a good idea if we looked at the other policies. So I appreciate that Trustee Painter brought this forward. Now, having said that the policy committee would look at this, it's still, as you have just said, Chair, it will be brought back through the committee level for any changes. The policy subcommittee just doesn't change the policies and bylaws and move forward. They bring recommended changes back to the committee, back to the board. So board has final vote on all of those things coming forward. It may talk about tweaking or adding a line for more clarification, that type of thing. But what the policy committee has been doing is, we feel, in line with past practice and what the policies say, but we are willing to take another look at it. And I thank you for the amendment, Trustee Painter.
Trustee Duncan?
So
Hang
sorry.
on. Actually, I just want to be clear. Rob Painter, Trustee Painter, are you wanting to challenge that this is out of order and have a vote on that? Because you are within your rights to challenge the ruling of the chair. So I just want to make sure. I'm sorry, Trustee Duncan. I just want to make sure we're not skipping over.
Rather than challenge, I'll seek relief from the direction. I believe that this is out of order with our bylaw 9210, which is development of policy, and that the bylaw supersedes policy, including this current proposal.
The problem is that the policy subcommittee bylaw and the development of policy bylaw are in conflict. Those are the two things that are in conflict. The
Then it
development
occurs to me that
bylaw and the policy subcommittee bylaw are in conflict.
I would argue then that that's the first step before trying to do this. Get the bylaws into sync with each other, and then we can consider further actions beyond that. Taking this next step is inappropriate at this stage until such time as our bylaws have been clarified.
Yes, I recognize that, and it's in the queue. We're just not able to get through them. Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, no, well, thank you, Chair, for clarifying Trustee Painter's intentions. I didn't want to move before Trustee Painter had an opportunity to challenge the ruling of the chair if he so wished. But I guess I'm just back where I was kind of last year when some of this stuff started to come through, and you know, and to me, it's quite clear that what dictates the process for development of policy is our bylaw, primarily the 9210, but also 9220 on the development of administrative regulations. And to the extent that this debate has come up at committee a number of times, and now we're, as a board struggling with it again, I would rather see us, pause, make sure that what we're bringing to the board table is in line with the bylaws. So we don't need to be doing any amendments on the table in a board meeting where we really don't have the time to have the sort of deep dive debate. And so what I was hoping was that the amendment brought by Trustee Painter would prompt a decision to go, oh, actually, wait a second here, folks. We know that on some level, this workflow is not in alignment with our bylaws. We need to go back and we need to look at our bylaws and let that drive the policy workflow rather than creating another document. And then if there's a problem with the bylaw, then we address the bylaw rather than sort of creating more documents that arguably are not in line with the bylaw. So I mean, I don't know if we, I know we need to address things in order, but I'm thinking we either refer it, if it's not out of order and we can't agree and vote on the fact that it's out of order, then I think maybe we need to refer it back to the committee until we're clear on what the policy development process is according to our bylaw.
Secretary Treasurer Morris, can you speak a little bit to just knowing that you've done the full scan of all of our bylaws and policies, that like how many of them are in conflict currently and how many we have in the hopper that are ready to come to ops, that the policies subcommittee's done everything they can? Like, I know there's tons.
Yeah, I think the ones we have on the agenda tonight, plus I believe there are 6 to 8 more ready to go, and we're drafting more policy. We have 4 more coming to our meeting on Wednesday that each of us have drafted. In terms of the bylaw conflicting with each other, I have not done that analysis, so I would have to depend on the chair's interpretation of that.
We have policies on the books that have been there since the 60s. And so there's a real quagmire. And to me, it's like if we stop because there's a conflict, then the whole thing stops because there is no place. It's a snake eating its tail. There's nowhere to start. So we have to agree on a process to be able to start doing this, because we've got like 12 that are going to be ready to go, and we're not, the board and our committees has not been able to move forward on any of this work, and it's critical. It's the foundation of what we do as trustees.
Well, I would take issue with that, Chair. In the case of, say, for example, 9360, the process that was undertaken by the policy committee to take input, go away, change some but not all, come back so that we had to start over because we couldn't tell what was what, go back again and do this multiple times. That sort of thing has been a critical time waster. So if there are specific concerns, I think we need to look at what's wrong with our existing bylaws before we start coming up with completely new processes. And I do apologize. I was trying to seek the polite and formal language. I guess it's an appeal as opposed to a challenge. But yes, I do challenge the ruling on this one. The bylaws need to be addressed first before we can move forward with policy. The bylaws state how the board operates. That has to be down clear before we can start developing policy to address it. Anything else?
That's right. So I think in December 2015, when the board struck the policy subcommittee, and I know you were on the board with me at that time, we did a misstep in that we created a bylaw to deal with our backlog of policies without having this exact conversation. So here we are in a bit of a catch-22. And we can certainly go back and look at 9210, and we can bring those back to you if you want and prioritize them ahead of the 12. I'm just concerned that we end up with this back and forth. And maybe the board doesn't want a policy subcommittee. Maybe the board wants to do all of the wordsmithing of all of its policy updates as at a standing committee. But I can tell you, we're going to have to start having our ops meetings, weekly, because that's what the backlog is looking at, and perhaps that there's interest in doing that, and we can do that with a motion. But we do have a motion on the floor. There's no appeal or challenge.
I am challenging. Yes, I am challenging, Chair.
Second.
Okay, I've asked you for clarification twice on that, so I appreciate you.
I just gave you clarification and you ignored it. So
that's great. So I think the motion to amend is in order, and so now, trustees, you can vote. Do you sustain the chair's decision? All those in favor? All those opposed? And the motion fails. So is there further debate on the amendment? And let's just keep this tight, because I know we can just go around in circles as we did at ops and as we've done for many months together. And I know we all just want to get our policies in the best shape possible, in the best possible way, and including as many people's feedback as possible. So let's just make sure we all take a breath and know that we're all on the same page in terms of what we want to do here. Trustee Duncan, do you want to speak to the amendment?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure. You're muted.
Sorry. I just wanted to clarify. What is the issue with the bylaw 9210, the development of policy? I've a number of times, it's sort of like impeded our discussions as a board, because there seems to be the sense that there's somehow a problem with just following the development of policy set out in the bylaw that's intended for that purpose, right? It's intended to set out the process for us. What is it about our bylaw that is problematic? Because, I think we have to address that. I think it's kind of like, feels like it's at this point the elephant in the room.
I'm sorry, Chair. I have to call a point of order. We're debating an amendment to the original motion, not another bylaw. So I appreciate what Trustee Duncan's saying.
That's fair, Trustee Painter. Trustee Duncan, I think that's a discussion for another time. I don't think there's any problem with 9210 other than it was never updated to reflect the role of the policy subcommittee. So we had 9210, which is development policy. And then we created a policy subcommittee, and we never had those two bylaws speak to each other. So I don't see a conflict, but I see a lack of them reflecting each other's processes. I think that they are in alignment, which is why I think that this amendment is in order. So is there any debate on, I mean, I can see we've got folks who are against this and we have folks that are for it. Can we call the question and then move to the main motion? Trustee Rob Painter?
Yes, thank you. Speaking to the amendment, my concern, and it's a significant one, is that as proposed, this is completely open-ended and leaves us without an understanding of which policies might be amended or altered, and presumably that's not even going to come back to us. It's simply going to happen. So this is a complete subversion of the democratic process of bringing the issues to the table and getting them addressed here, where we can get public input, we can get input from our stakeholders, and we can do the vigorous debating necessary. I acknowledge that it's inconvenient, that it takes time, but the reality is that's what democracy is about. And shoving motions through that basically say, oh, change all the other ones to fit this without any explanation is inappropriate.
No policy or bylaw can be updated without it coming through our standing committees and our board. So nobody is suggesting that anything be done to subvert or shove. What we're saying, I think, in this motion is that we have a look and make sure that we are in alignment. That's all.
So could you please read the motion again?
Nothing.
Could you please read the amendment again?
Secretary Treasurer?
So as written, and further, board update all policies and bylaws to reflect alignment to the workflow document.
Would you like to amend the amendment to say that the board consider or the board review? I think we can make this work, and we really do all want the same thing here. Can anybody suggest an amendment? Trustee Leonard, thank you.
When it says that the board will yada, 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 that means it's coming back through the board. It's the policy subcommittee's not doing it. A committee's not doing it. The board is doing it. So that wording means it's coming back to the board for democracy.
Do you want to direct the secretary treasurer to bring it forward to the board? Would we entertain an amendment to the amendment to direct the secretary treasurer?
If you think that's provides more clarity, I'm happy to put forward that amendment.
I'll second.
Like we're not trying to do and we don't have to do this amendment either. It's just what I heard was what the ops meeting heard was concerns around the bylaws. And so let's go have a look at them. But can we please, this is a workflow document that just simply says we're going to how it's going to flow. Like it's not.
This is a workflow document that takes a lot full-time responsibility
Point of order, Madam Chair.
From the board and
Point
from
of order,
the
Madam
committees,
Chair.
and it takes it and puts it on a two-person policy committee. That is inappropriate, and it's subverting the role of all the committees involved. And I know, having sat on the same board that you did when this was brought out, that this is way beyond the pale of what was ever considered by that one. So
I feel like we've got a real misunderstanding around what the intention is, because what is happening here with this amendment. So we're just going to talk about the amendment. I think everybody's had their say. Perhaps we
No,
can
no.
have the call the question on the amendment to the amendment, which is to put a staff person in, so there's no confusion around this being some magic bullet to update things without it coming forward for consideration of all of our partners in discussion. All those in favor of adding in Secretary Treasurer? All those opposed? So we're back. Abstentions? Trustee Whitaker? Okay, so it carries. Now let's do the amendment as amended. All those in favor?
Chair, wait, what are we voting on here?
The amendment.
Okay.
Which is to ask the Secretary Treasurer to bring back any bylaws that might need updating to the board. It really should be ops.
Yeah.
We'll do it via ops. All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Okay. Now I do want to suggest that if you don't like there, please bring motions to Trustee Painter if you feel that this is, you know, so problematic that the policy subcommittee isn't working. We can talk about disbanding that, but as it's working, what the workflow is, and I'll just introduce this as we get to the main motion. The idea is that the policy subcommittee will receive their policies, their directions, or through review or through ministerial whatever. Then we will make our amendments. Then we're going to send it to trustees so that you can take a first look at it, send it back to us. We will then send it to any of our partners that we need to, or experts that we need to consult with, and then it goes to ops. And then from ops, it can come back to the policy subcommittee, it can go out to a partner, or it can go to the board meeting, and the board can send it wherever it likes. So we're just trying to create that flow.
Except that what we've seen up until now is that it goes out, it comes back, we make recommendations to change, there's no votes, it's all taken as input, it comes back out, the changes aren't made. And so the policy committee is making decisions on par with the ops committee. That's what's happening at this point in time.
I appreciate that is your perspective, and you've been given a lot of airtime here to share that. I take significant offense at that, given how hard our committee has worked to meet all
I'm glad you're taking offense because you should.
Please stop. I'm going to call decorum here. Okay? Stop attacking each other.
I'm not. I'm just saying we're doing our best. We're all on the same page in terms of what we're trying to do. Okay, all those in favor?
No, am I ever going to get to debate on this motion?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Trustee Whitaker.
Excellent.
And I will take a deep breath.
About the workflow itself, not all the rest.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to do, is introduce what that is.
Okay, excellent. So I appreciate the work that this committee has been doing and that you are trying to come up with a better way to do it. My challenge is, and I feel like I am, and I hope that I say this in a way where people don't get upset. For me, I think that part of this workflow is wrong, is that the policy subcommittee is doing the policy. You want to then send it to the board and have us email back to the policy subcommittee and then go out to the partner groups. For me, this is fundamentally wrong, okay? I think the policy subcommittee should be working on it. You do your work, you go to the partner groups, they provide feedback, then it comes to the board, because I want to hear what they have to say before I'm making my edits or my comments, because that's my job, is to reflect what they're saying. So I need their input first before you come to me and say, okay, now what do you think? Additionally, I am highly challenged with all of these emails going to the policy subcommittee with individual trustees comments or edits, because I am looking for those comments and those edits to make up my mind about how I feel about something. So if those comments are going to the policy subcommittee and I don't get to hear them, then I'm not hearing all of those reflections that are going on those topics. So I would like to see us do that in a different way. I've also sent out a notice of motion, which we will bring up at the end of tonight's meeting, for something that I think that we've also let fall through the cracks on this. So for me, I can't support this motion for this workflow. One, because I don't think that it's going in the right loop. I think that trustees are in the wrong place in that loop where we're giving our input, because then when the partner group says something, now we have to reconsider all the thoughts that we put forward before we heard them. So we're going to do it 2 or 3 times, which I believe is what is causing a lot of grief and trouble. And again, I am really struggling with not hearing from my colleagues. The bylaw clearly says that would be a discussion. That should be a discussion. Maybe it's not a discussion, but it should be. And I want that. That's my job. That's why I show up on Monday nights. So for me, I can't support this because you're taking away my rights as a trustee to be engaged in that in a way that I feel like I'm fully informed.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your feedback. Trustee McNally?
I've lost the plot. Are we debating the main motion now?
Yes, as amendment.
Pardon me?
As amended, yeah.
Yeah.
Back to the main
Okay,
motion.
thank you. I too will not support what has been brought forward. I do see the policy committee doing a lot of work, but I also see quite a bit of that, from my point of view, as being sacrificing deep discussion amongst ourselves, as Trustee Whitaker pointed out, and with our partner groups, sacrificing that to efficiency. One of the reasons the previous iteration of the policy committee didn't bring a lot of policies through, I was on that committee then, and so was Trustee Painter, is we did have really deep discussions about what we were going to bring forward, even for the board and partners to consider. So it took a long time. I think we're going too fast. We also have a workflow, more or less a workflow diagram in place, and it's part of, it's Appendix A on our consultation policy, which is referred to in bylaw 9130.3 policy subcommittee. Article 5 says, Article 5 says the policy subcommittee will consult, etc., with reference to policy 1163 consultation. And I know you can't read it, but here it is. Everybody can read it on the website. What this could look like, it starts with consultation, 3 different kinds, and then you can go 2 ways, selective or broad-based. I would say go broad-based. And then there's 3 ways you can consult broad-based: representative, advisory, collaborative. We already have a consultative workflow diagram, and I would speak against the motion and say go with what's already established in our policy.
Thank you so much, Trustee McNally. Are there any other speakers? If we're back to the main motion, I'll just say my short little piece, which is just that we're not, I don't know how to, like, this is why we have policies from 1960 on the books, is because it's very complex and it's so very difficult. It's a part of it, though. It's very difficult. I mean, I think in the last year, the policy subcommittee brought forward 2, and we have, you know, like 50 that need to be updated. And so for me, I'm looking for us to move forward. Pardon me?
Let's just be careful in our comments that we're not speaking poorly of others.
No, not at all. I don't mean not at all. I'm just saying it's a very complex issue. And I'm hoping that this provides us an opportunity to really have a look at our bylaws and maybe start moving stuff forward. that's just my hope that we can do that, because it is so important to our job that we be doing this, and we do need to do it right and in line with consultation and 9210 and all of those pieces. So I'll call the question if there's no more speakers. All those.
Chair, sorry, we're may I speak to the main motion before we vote on it?
You certainly can.
Thank you, Chair. So I sense that there, you know, when I bring forward my concerns that we're not following our bylaws, and my concerns that the bylaws already set out a process, and I appreciate the complexity that there's a suite of 3 different bylaws in this case, that and plus some policies on consultation and equity that kind of play into and are complementary and really impact on the work of the policy committee. But that said, I don't think there's really any excuse for not following the bylaws we have in place. I mean, when I read those bylaws, and I don't recall exactly what year they were passed by the previous board, I believe it was, you know, it was first adopted in 1990 and then revised in 2017. I thought this is a good piece of policy work. It very clearly sets out the first bylaw. It sets out very clearly what the process is for developing policy, what should be in a policy development document, the fact that we should have a rationale for the policy, we should define terms, we should have a policy statement and areas of responsibility and references. We should commit to when we're going to update it. It really is very comprehensive and directs, I would hope, you know, what I wanted to see and what I've been trying to kind of encourage is that the committee, you know, really endeavor to follow those bylaws, just follow the process in those bylaws. And to the extent that putting forward another process document conflicts with those bylaws or draws us into this sort of false narrative that we don't have direction, I can't support the motion on the floor.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? All those opposed? And the motion carries. So we will move to B, the abandonment of policies, which is 614203, 6151, 616.2, and 6164.1, and further that the board refer policies 6145.01, 6145.02, 6161.1, 6162.5, and 6163.1 to the superintendent for consideration for administrative manual consideration. Go ahead, Ms. Hammer.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could clarify your comments earlier about whether or not the equity policy supplants or makes 6163.1 maybe obsolete, and if it does make it obsolete, and it kind of assumes what the intention was around 6163, why are you considering referring it to the policy manual instead of just getting rid of it? I just don't understand.
Perhaps the Secretary Treasurer could speak to it. My understanding is that because we know that it's a very important issue and nobody wants to see equity in any of its forms sliding off without being considered for how it can be embedded within our administrative policies as well as within our policies as a board. Secretary Treasurer Morris, do you have anything to add to that?
6163.1?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the learning or the superintendent may have more to say than I do, but the intention here is that learning resources are largely at the autonomy of staff and sometimes a district direction in terms of budget. So it's really a staff responsibility and not a board or a governance issue. It's more of an operational issue in terms of equitably distributing learning resources, which the board approves via the budget anyway.
And then policy 110 directs that budget resource allocation. Go ahead, Crystal. You're muted. Put a quarter in the jar.
I guess I think what I heard you say earlier was that policy 110, supplants 6163. Not that it does, not that 613 isn't wanted or necessary anymore. And I'm just wondering again if I can't quite reconcile that.
What I said was that equity as a principle for resource allocation is codified in board policy in policy 110. And that's just my opinion as one person. Did you have any questions about or want to speak to the motion? I'm happy to talk policy with you individually.
No. I'm just trying to understand. I guess it was just if it doesn't exist anymore or whether or not it's going, but I think you've answered it. So thanks for your time.
Any other partners want to speak to the abandonment of any of these policies? Nope. Okay, trustees.
So can we just clarify, are we doing these one by one or what are we doing?
No, it's the recommended motion, which I just read.
Well, I would like to do them one by one then.
Are you making an amendment?
Yeah, if that needs to be that, or yeah.
So you're moving to amend it by severing, and you would like to handle it as?
It's either that, or do you want to just talk about them one at a time? I don't need motion, but I would like to talk about them.
We can talk. So these have been coming forward for a couple of years, and usually the way that we do it is that it's one motion and folks can raise their various concerns or questions around, just like we did at ops. So if you'd like to move to amend this into 9 separate motions, we can certainly do that, or handle it as an amendment, or you can ask your questions on any one of those 9 motions here. It's totally up to you, Trustee Whitaker.
Well, if you really want to amend that motion, or do you want to just talk about them? And
I want to talk about them. I don't think we need to handle it as 9 separate motions, but that's me. I'm one person.
Well, I'm just concerned about how we're going to chair this. Am I all of a sudden, if I'm talking about one of these policies, then I'm not going to be able to talk to the next one because I've spoken to one?
Yes, so please organize your comments so that you can
So
speak
then
to.
absolutely, let's amend this. I think that there's some that are value statements that need to be done together, and I don't know. I leave it to someone else to figure out. I don't really think my vote counts anyway, so.
Can I just suggest a procedural thing, Chair, that might help us? So can we just move into a committee of the whole so that we can have a bit of a discussion without having to break it down into 9 different motions? That will enable you as a chair to not have to worry about the 2 minutes if you've spoken to it once. It will allow us as a board to have a more free-flowing conversation about the different perspectives.
We can certainly do that if you want to move that. And have a seconder?
Yes, sure. I move that.
Do you have a seconder? Okay, all those in favor of moving into committee of the whole to discuss this motion? All those opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. Go ahead, Trustee Duncan.
Should I be first off the mark? We're all quiet all of a sudden when we're in the committee of the whole. Thank you, Chair. From my perspective on the table of motions, I get concerned when I see that we're referring motions to an administrative manual. Sorry, pardon me, that we're referring policy to an administrative manual, because what it suggests to me is that it's not so much that the policy is not needed. It's more that the policy needs to be updated. And to the extent that a policy needs to be updated, I think we should endeavor to update it and maintain it as a policy of the board, and recognize that anything that goes into an administrative manual needs to derive from a board policy and has to be in alignment with a board policy in order to make that administrative procedure operative. And so I really want us to be aware that, again, our bylaw on the administrative regulations makes that very clear, that, you know, whatever goes into procedures manual needs to derive from a board policy. And it's further clarified when you look at the role of the superintendent under policy and governance. It very clearly sets out the role of the superintendent in developing an administrative procedures manual. But it also goes on to say that that procedure manual needs to be consistent with board policies. And so I'm wondering whether we can get some direction from the committee and maybe through the chair to the secretary treasurer about what the thinking was behind having these policies referred to a manual rather than just updating them. And if it helps, I can give an example. So President Hammer was speaking earlier about some of the policies around educational materials and resources. And when I was looking at that, what came to mind was a ministerial order M333/99, which is the educational program guide order. And at paragraph 5 of that order, it talks about educational resource materials, and it speaks directly to the board's role in establishing what is appropriate in relation to educational resource materials in a district. And so I'm wondering, you know, what the thinking was when the decision was made by the committee to suggest to the board that it be referred to a manual and that the policy just be gotten rid of. Thank you.
Secretary Treasurer.
I think I've already spoken to the reasons this is going to admin manual. We know that there is some freedom by a teacher to provide resources for learning. We know the board approves the budget. We know we have policy 110. This is not necessarily something the board would direct. The types of novels or the types of math resourcing that would happen in schools. It's not within the purview. It's an operational matter. Can I just, I think you're talking about this learning resources for the classroom, 6161, is that correct? So when I read that one, just to let you know, because I do sort of agree there's some updating, but when I read this, I read that this was the policy that allowed us to write our own manuals for BA courses. And it also allowed for us to bring in outsized resource personnel from community agencies. And for me, that sounded like this was how we were allowing our sexual education teachers from other organizations to come in to teach into the classroom. So where I think that I totally agree that it's not up to the teachers to be choosing the novels and this and that, but we do have to have policies that say, you know what, you can hire somebody from outside and you know, like our elders who come into the classroom that could teach programs. And as well, I also want us to be able to write our own manuals for BA courses. And that's what, I mean, I do see other updating that needs to happen there, but so I guess what I'm saying is, so where is the policy or the piece of paper that ties that BA course and being able to write those instructional manuals and being able to have sexual ed teachers or elders come into the classroom? Where's the anchor for that? If I were to look up in the administrative manual, I should have a reference that tells me this is the policy or this is the piece of paper that directs that. So I guess that's when I saw that, that's what I was concerned with and why I brought that one up. I can say other ones if you want, but. Right?
Go ahead.
Okay, so, and then I looked under the Canadian content and I didn't want to lose that. I think that into that, you know, noticing everything with COVID, I want us to maybe even pump up that policy and not just make it Canadian contact, but that we're going to use local sources, or we're going to try and use Canadian online programming. So we're not buying textbook and it's an electronic format or something, but that it's Canadian content. So I was concerned about losing that one. The 6162.5, I definitely do not approve of us losing. It was just in our last term where we actually used this policy because a teacher at Central had agreed with somebody from UVic to allow research to be done on students.
And it was because I could find that policy in our stuff, doing just a parent advocate search, that I was able to say, whoa, 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 and bring that up to the superintendent and say, look, we got a policy going on here that's not being followed at one of our schools. So for me, that was a quick, whoa, wait, stop. We can't just be doing that. Class size, definitely that's in the collective, it's in the bargainings, in the collective agreement. So that's the anchoring document, get rid of it. I was also concerned about the extracurricular activities and where our comments, sorry, just let me scroll a bit here, I'm all over the place. Just when we say not needed, established, my concern is where we say we don't need that because it's established. Well, it's established because we have the policy. So what happens if we get rid of the policy? Do we then start swaying away from that? Because I really, really want there to be extracurricular arts that we value and that kids are still going to be doing all these things. I want to know that we are going to allow parent coaches when we can't find a teacher, which is in one of the other extracurricular things. So I know it's established, but it was established from this policy, and I'm concerned about losing some of those pieces, you know, like especially when I see the sports thing, and that this policy allowed parents to participate when there wasn't a teacher coach. So I guess I'm looking for some more feedback on that. Like what is the anchor when we get rid of these?
So I can
Superintendent, and then
yeah, I can begin a few pieces. So ultimately, we began on a scenario several years ago looking at policy and regulations. We had lots of them, and many of them were out of date, and we couldn't get to them to update them. At the same time, we have continuous admin procedures that need to be updated on a very regular basis. Anaphylaxis is a good one. We look at that on a yearly basis to look at forms, et cetera, on what those have to be updated and where they live. When we had this initial discussion on looking at overriding policies, those big governance focus areas, what those would look like for trustees to have in a overall overriding policy piece, and then where do procedures that need to be continually updated that are more of an everyday component, where's the split off? We hired Ann Cooper, you'll recall, to go through all of our policies and regulations, admin procedures that we currently had, and relied on her expertise of where that was. What policies were the big ones that we need to pay attention to, that we want to keep? Do they have to have regulations attached to them? And which ones are school districts putting more into an admin procedure that can be regularly updated, that still live in the public, they are still out in front, but need to be more on a rotational piece that's a regular component. And it goes to what you're talking about, Trustee Whitaker, with having the big picture, what do we believe in, and what's our philosophical statement around where those are. And so these are the recommendations that she's brought forward to us to bring forward through policy committee to the trustees on where's the big picture of what we believe in and policies and regulations we need to make, and what's a regular, ongoing, reoccurring procedure that we just need to be updated. Research lives underneath those procedures because it really is more of a procedural thing. Trustees get to see it, and if we want to update them or change them, we can on a regular basis. But it would be upfront, and we're not the only district going through this process and doing that. So I think Colin was going to speak to one of the questions that you had. Colin, do you want to pick that up?
Yes, I was just hoping I could speak specifically to policy 6161.1, and I think due to the date of that policy, I think that's coming from a time when there used to be prescribed lists of texts for particular curriculum, and that those lists no longer exist or are not produced by the Ministry of Education. So I think this policy really talks about a process for a district to be able to choose texts other than ones that were provided by the ministry. And as those lists no longer exist, that's why to me that policy has now become meaningless. I don't think it's really intended to speak to the board's ability to create bar courses. I think that's separate from that. And I think with respect to policy 6161.2, again, the redesigned curriculum talks about where we need to focus on aspects relating to Canada and its culture and history and geography. And I think particularly we're now beginning to talk about being culturally responsive, and we're operating in a global economy. And we now understand that there is literature from other parts of the world that are equally meaningful for the teaching of certain concepts. So I think that's why we would say both of those two policies are now outdated.
Trustees, do you think we could maybe continue this for, I don't know, another 10 minutes? Or do you just want to, I'm just concerned we're not going to get through our agenda. Trustee McNally?
Thank you, Chair.
We've been going for 15 minutes so far.
Well, it's an important discussion. Let me just gather my thought here. I think I just heard in regard to policies moving in some form into an administrative manual. I believe I heard the superintendent say we could always change those. So I'm wondering who we is, because I thought that, administrative manuals and regulations were strictly the purview of administration. And I'm not sure how I, as a trustee, would go about changing something in an administrative manual. So, I mean, that might provide some reassurance to me anyway. If that could be explained, if that's normal practice, and I just don't understand that it is, how would that happen?
So as I've mentioned several times with the admin manual, and I believe that you've even asked this question, Trustee McNally, where would this be sitting? And will this be a public facing document? Yes, it will. And so we'll have several different categories, students being one of them, HR, et cetera, health and safety. And because those are front-facing documents, anybody can see them, understand them, have quick access to them, but also can bring them back if they have questions, thoughts, or concerns, including trustees. And so if trustees were hearing from public through any kind of process that there were some concerns about any one of those not being up to date, or others that need to be added, they could certainly bring it through Ed or Ops for overall discussion, and we can be updating that manual. It is obviously for staff to be watching it and watching over it to make sure that it's being updated on a regular basis, but there's always going to be a process where people can have new concepts of what they want to bring there, or even some that need to be updated and maybe disregarded at some point. So it's fluid. It's not just under the purview of one group or another, and certainly will be, as I said, public facing and therefore any kind of feedback as we move forward.
So thank you for that, Superintendent, but I probably should have been clearer with my question, which is, can a trustee or trustees by majority vote change something in that manual by a motion of the board? Yes or no?
They cannot
that's what I should have said.
Simply because they would like to change it. They would have to be going through the process with staff on thoughts and purpose behind it, because each one of those pieces is going to be researched on whether it's educational background on it, or rule of law, or health and safety guidelines. So simply a whim will not allow it just to be changed and voted on a change. There will have to be history behind any concerns a trustee bring forward, and we will have process and procedure that we will have to follow.
Thank you, Superintendent. I do object to a trustee's motion being construed as a whim. I don't believe we bring whims forward. That's the end of my questions, and I've got my answer. Thank you.
It would need to come via motion, which is not a whim. Trustee Duncan, and then if we don't, I mean, I'm just not sure how long we want to go on with the objections to this. Pieces.
Yeah. So thank you, Chair. Yeah, I guess, you know, I guess what I'm asking for is the sort of I guess it's, to me, it's a matter of respecting the board's role. I guess at the end of the day, I don't think it's appropriate to have procedures being developed in isolation from direction from the board via policy. I think our bylaws make it really clear that that's sort of like a cart before the horse situation. And I think you're asking us as trustees to sit around this table without the benefit of properly articulated rationales to just, with a table that says staff purview not needed or refer to administrative manual, to just go, okay. And to me, that is, you know, to me, that doesn't allow me to do my due diligence. And I find it actually quite disrespectful to the role of the board. I expect that there's going to be a rationale for changes. And I think that the superintendent has just articulated that she also would expect a rationale for something that we as trustees around this board table bring forward and ask for a decision and consideration on. So I guess what I would say is, I wasn't aware that there was a report from somebody named Annie. I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't catch the individual's full name. I don't know if this is a report that was provided to the previous board, but it would be great if that
Trustee
report.
Duncan, that's the large sheet with the multicolored table, the oversized printout that everybody was provided, that has all of our policies organized and categorized, and that's what the policy subcommittee, that's what we use as organizing our work. So that everybody got a copy of that this fall.
So you're saying that a flow or a working document of some kind that we all got a copy of.
Trustee Leonard is showing it. So we hired her. We hired a person.
When was that?
Last year. It was by board in the fall. Yeah.
Right. So
and it was on an ops agenda, and it was presented in the same way that these motions were presented with rationale at ops.
Yeah, I don't consider a table a rationale, a table saying we're going to refer to a manual. So I guess that's what I'm trying to say, is that I think that shows a considerable amount of disrespect for our bylaws and our processes. I have said consistently that I can't sit at this table and do my due diligence. I often end up having to abstain because it's not clear to me what the rationale is. I look at some of these and I listen to my colleague, Trustee Whitaker, and I think, yeah, those are really good points. I wish that had been considered in the rationale for what we're doing with the policy when it came before the board. You know, so I guess really, there's really nothing more to say. I think I sort of feel like it's an inevitability that will raise these concerns and nothing will change. And I think that's really unfortunate.
We've been having this very conversation around the abandonment of policies for a couple of years now. And it is very frustrating for all of us, I think. Trustee Leonard, and then perhaps we can move out of committee of the whole and
so I understand. I can hear the frustration. The document I just held up was a lot of work to put together. It was color coded to make it easy, but if trustees had any issue with this document, it would have been nice to have heard months ago, because everything in red on this document, which there's tons of them, are suggested for abandonment. Everything in orange is minor revisions. Everything, you know, they've got different colors for what the working plan of the committee was. And if trustees took a look at it, they could see the overall plan of where the committee was going and all the things that would be coming forward for abandonment, as suggested by the consultant that was hired to look at all of our policies. This is something that's been lacking for many, many years, is to have that much clarity as to the work moving forward from this committee. So I invite trustees to dig out the document if you want it. Again, I'm sure that Secretary Treasurer could provide it for anybody who doesn't have a copy of it, but it is sort of the Bible of what the policy committee is working towards, and it shows you the list of everything else that's been recommended for abandonment, because we've been bringing these forward for a couple of years now. 5 or 6 every time, 7 or 8, depending on where the workload lands up and the how much we can get on the agenda. So this is nothing new that we're showing you tonight. And so I hope that we can move forward now. We've heard what everybody said. The administrative manual, we've talked about it for a number of years now. It's going to be posted for everybody to see. So I'm hoping that we can move this discussion forward. And do hope trustees take a look at that working document.
Thanks, Trustee Leonard. I appreciate that. I don't sit on ops, and so if it didn't come to the board, I probably missed it, but thank you for pointing it out.
Okay, Trustee Rob Painter, I think you had your hand up, and then we can move on to committee of the whole, and I would like to call a question and move forward with our agenda.
Yeah, just a question of clarification. Is this sort of our opportunity to offer our 2 bits and then we're simply going to go into a vote, or are we moving out of this and then going to comments? I just want clarification so I know.
I'm hoping to call the question. We've been on this for half an hour and we've got a considerable agenda ahead of us, and it's 10 o'clock at night. And this is the abandonment of policies that we do every single month. It's the same process.
Okay.
And I know that we're all frustrated. I share your frustration, but yeah, I would like to call the question. That's
okay. So I'll take my 2 bits right here. It's been said before, but I'll reiterate for my own need. The superintendent is the employee of the board. That means that the board directs the work of the superintendent. The superintendent is responsible for the School Act, ministerial orders, which both could reasonably provide the basis for elements in the administrative manual, not just policies from the board. But that third element is board policy. In the absence of board policy, our employee does not have authority to move forward. It's not a free range, do what you like sort of thing. The superintendent requires direction so that the superintendent is working in alignment with the board. It is a concern for me that moving away from a lot of these policies, a lot of these are strictly aspirational, but what they do is they provide direction from the board saying, we believe that Canadian content is important, so that it's not simply about whether or not we have a social studies book that's that has Canadian content in it, but also that we're employing Canadian authors wherever possible, that we're actually doing what we can to grow our industry and maintain our academic strength here. The bit about research, again, that's a decision for the board to make about whether or not we feel it's appropriate for research involving students to go forward. These are all important elements. They don't have to be big. I wish some of them were larger and more prescriptive, because I feel that we don't give enough direction in some cases. In other cases, class size and composition is in the collective agreement, so I understand that maybe that needs to go. As Associate Superintendent Roberts mentioned, other things need to be removed because they're no longer consistent with requirements. But school extracurricular athletics and the opportunity for coaches, I tried to run a program when I couldn't get a teacher to support me. I relied on this to be able to find it. One of my big concerns at this moment is that the admin manual exists in the ether. I would feel a whole lot better. I would feel much more comfortable if I knew that the day after something was removed from here, that it was going into an admin manual. And in fact, what I'd like to see in the future is, if it's going to the admin manual, that alongside with the policy that's being removed is the admin manual entry, so that we know exactly where it's going and how it's being managed. Right now, I've lost count of how many policies have been referred to the admin manual. I don't know where the admin manual is. It might be front facing at some point in time, but I don't see it now. So that is critical work that needs to be done. Otherwise, all we're doing is we're bailing water from one end of the boat to the other end of the boat, and we're not actually addressing the challenge that we have, which is we've got a lot of things that need to be updated. If it's only getting shifted to the admin manual but not getting addressed, we're not doing anything of value. So for those reasons, I do not support the abandonment of these policies. I believe, just as the superintendent indicated, that a rationale explaining why this direction is no longer appropriate or needs to be amended needs to come forward in the same manner that the superintendent just laid out about admin manual changes. And finally, just a request to this through the chair to the secretary treasurer, I would appreciate a review copy of that document so that I can go over it and be better informed about this conversation.
It's available on the website under the November Ops agenda.
Perfect, thank you. November
2020, we're talking 3 months ago. Yeah.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
If I can just add there, I think this just brings up the point that when something is presented at ops, it has to come forward to the board, right? Like it has to be part of the pack-up.
Okay, can I have a motion to move out of committee of the whole, please? Thank you, Trustee Leonard, Trustee Ferris, all those in favor? That's unanimous. And I'd like to just go right ahead and call the question. All those in favor of abandoning the policies? All those opposed? And the motion carries. So we are now at C, which is draft bylaw 9360. I don't think we can do this tonight. It's 10 o'clock. It took us 45 minutes to abandon policies. This 9360, I know there's a lot. I think we need to prioritize our agenda. There's some things that aren't actually time sensitive here. So I don't know.
Chair, may I make a motion to postpone this to a definite time, which would be the board meeting in March?
Sure. Thank you, Trustee McNally. Do you have a seconder? Okay, all those in favor?
Who was the seconder?
Painter, Rob.
Thank you.
If I can just make one comment before it's referred for trustees, you have 1, 2, and 3. That is what the board asked for 9360 to be brought forward. The current, the proposed, and the ones with strikeouts. So if there's any deviation of that you want for the next meeting, please let us know and don't wait till the next meeting to tell us.
Why? I have amendments to this and I haven't been able to bring them up at ops because Trustee Painter always goes first, but I want to discuss my amendments.
I want to discuss. I'm not going
to email them to you.
No, Anne. No. We want you to discuss your motions in public too. She's just saying there are 3 versions of this in the pack-up. One is the bylaw that's current. One is the one that we're proposing. And then the third is the one that has all the strikeouts in it. So no, please don't send anything in email. But if you need a different version, because I know one time we wanted it with no strikeouts, then we wanted it with strikeouts. So we've provided you the full suite. If there's any other missing pieces, please let us know so that we can get them to you in advance. And I will make sure, Trustee Whitaker, to put you first up ahead of Trustee Rob Painter, who I know has dominated the amendment process for this. So we'll let you get a kick at the can. But
we get back to referral.
Trustee Rob Painter?
Oh, I just wanted to raise that the 2 motions that I was seeking for inclusion in 9360 about recording of votes and submission of presentations.
We have a motion on the floor to refer.
Yeah, we have a motion.
Okay, I apologize. Sorry.
Take charge here.
All those in favor of moving it to March? Okay, and that's unanimous. So last up here in this section, not last up, but second to last, the penultimate from ops is the Vic High video surveillance cameras, that the board approved the installation of 4 video cameras in 2 locations at the Vic High School construction site as presented. Do any of our partners have a comment before the motion is on the floor? Seeing none, Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. I just had 2 questions for Chuck, if he's here, or for whoever can answer. I just wanted to ask about signage around the video cameras. So will we be putting up signage? And my second one is, will the cameras be staying after the construction with signage?
Chuck, you're muted. Put a quarter in the jar.
I ran out of quarters there. So yes, there will be signage up. It will indicate who to call with questions, and it will indicate when the cameras are running, dawn to dusk. And I'm sorry, what was the other part of your question?
Sorry, just if after the construction, the cameras would stay.
No, the cameras come down, correct, after construction.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Trustee Rob Painter.
Yes, a couple questions. One, it wasn't clear to me in the presentation package whether the video cameras were supplemental to the security guards on the site, or if they were going to replace the security guards on the site, whether we were going to still have 2 security guards if we were maintaining security guards, and what the cost was going to be over the course of the construction project. My last question was, I had asked at ops about what the police perspective was, given that the report indicated that they were called on a nightly basis. And I would like to know what the police position is on this one.
Does anybody have an answer to that?
Through the chair, the police responded each time. The location is in such that the perpetrators can see the police approaching, and they disperse. Police walk around, do their investigation, ask any questions if someone's there of the security guards, and then they leave. And after a period of time, the culprits will come back and they will carry on doing what they were doing. The cameras go up. We will drop one of the security guards for sure, and very likely the second one. They're costing a lot of money coming straight out of the project. If we have to add one back, we will. A lot of times the cameras are a good deterrent. They're another tool. And Rob, I'm sorry, what was your other part of that question?
Another quarter for me. The cost over the term of the project.
Right. Sorry, I don't have that with me at hand.
I can.
Secretary Treasurer?
Yeah. So the estimated cost is $1,700 to $2,000 a month for 20 months, and that would be a cost of $40,000. And the security guards are $6,500 to $13,000 a month, depending on the number.
Okay.
Trustee Payne?
I apologize. One last question. I believe Trustee Duncan raised it in the past, what the contract said about requirements for security. And I was wondering if there had been a review of the contract language and what specifically was the direction in there.
So I'll have to defer to Secretary Treasurer.
So as I mentioned in ops, when the same question was asked, the cost of the security is a cost of construction, and whether that's a cost of the contractor or not, it ultimately is the cost of the construction project and is the responsibility of the board within the funding envelope it gets from the ministry. So whether we're paying for security guards or video surveillance, it's a cost of the construction project funded by the ministry.
Seeing no further questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All opposed? Trustee Painter is opposed, and the motion carries. So here we are at C, which is this draft bylaw for the audit committee. And we had passed one reading of it, and just through an oversight did not do the second and third reading. So we'd like to do that tonight. We can certainly do it over 2 meetings or however the board would like to proceed. But this is the recommendation, is that we give the 2 readings today to make it 3 readings.
So moved.
And may I have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Hensa. Any discussion? So this is a bylaw that we've already had 1 reading of, just to be clear. Trustee Rob Painter?
An expensive night for me. I apologize. I've been going through this so many, they're going back and forth between the different meetings so many times that I've now lost myself. So we're on, I'm sorry, where are we right now?
On the agenda?
Yes, please.
We're at C. Sorry, we're at D to C.
Okay, do
Straight up C. So that the board agreed to give 2 readings to bylaw 9130.4 at the meeting of February 22, 2021. And that the bylaw be read a second time this 22nd day of February and read a third time and passed and adopted the 22nd day of February 2021. I think we have to do them separately?
I would request
We can do them all together. Okay, and so they've been moved and seconded. If there's any debate, seeing none.
Just, if I may, Chair, quick one.
Sure.
Just that prior to the meeting, not sufficient time for people to consider, I circulated the financial working group's proposals for an audit subcommittee. This was something that was endorsed by the Ministry of Education. So I forwarded that to all trustees for consideration.
Point of order. This is not about the audit subcommittee. This is the policy subcommittee, is it not?
No, this is the audit subcommittee. It's just a mislabel.
This is the typo. Pardon me. Excuse me.
Yeah. Typo.
That, no, I understand. That was part of my confusion too. So in between the second and the third reading, I would hope that trustees would take a moment to have a look through the direction that has been proposed and endorsed by the Ministry of Education, consistent with the Auditor General's recommendations about financial oversight. Thank you very much.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Painter is opposed. Does this need to be a unanimous, Secretary Treasurer? Nope, so that carries. That's the second and third reading.
This is Trustee Duncan. I just want to clarify my vote. I was opposed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I apologize. Slag. Okay, I'm moving on to the audit committee report at D3A.
Chair, could we just back up just for a sec? We voted for 1 reading, right?
We did 1 reading last month, and this is the second and third.
Oh, Okay.
as I read into the record and as presented there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were doing one reading tonight. Never mind.
I apologize if that wasn't clear. Trustee Leonard or Painter, did you want to introduce the audit committee report? Secretary Treasurer?
I'll defer to the Secretary Treasurer. Unfortunately, work obligations kept me from participating in the last audit committee meeting.
So given the agenda, we weren't planning to report out in any length on this. We simply reviewed the quarterly financial statement and noted that it will differ from the monthly financial statement that's coming to ops and because of timing. So the quarterly report is provided through the audit committee to the board on September 30th, December 31st, March 31st, and June 30th. Whereas the monthly financial reports coming to ops are more frequent. So you will see a difference in the budget amounts in those reports. But other than that, we would just take questions on the audit committee report.
Trustee Rob Painter?
Me taking the kids out for treats after this one. Sorry, just a reference to my quarters. Just seeking clarification, is the federal safe return to school funding, is this calculated within the operational funding?
No, the federal funding amount is a special purpose fund.
Okay. One question I had, when I went back to the proposals that had been, or the motion that had passed back in, was it September, regarding the allocation of those funds to different purposes, it was my understanding that with respect to teachers and EAs, that the funds that were being provided through the federal funding were supplemental to what is, allocated through the operational. And it struck me that there was a comment in here, and I'm just trying to find it right now, that suggested that we're actually, we had reduced our funding of educational assistance relative to what we had budgeted at the start of the year, but that we were making up for that by using some of the federal return to school funding. And that seemed inconsistent with what I understood the direction was in September regarding those funds.
I think that we followed the SBIL, the school-based staffing in the preliminary budget. And those, as far as I know, we met the requirements of all the students in the operating fund. I can see where you're seeing that. The education assistants are lower in the current year due to a reduction in the allocation of the operating fund. But we did go through the SBIL process and our regular budgeting process for education assistance. So that may have just been a matter of the students that we had in the normal way we process. I think the point being made here is that we were able to address hybrid and many other supports in terms of restricted cohorts and things like that with additional EAs in the federal funding.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm just going to clarify with Katrina that I'm not wrong about that.
I think where the variance comes in is that we estimated a certain number of EAs with our projected enrollment. And then when we get our actual enrollment, we fund based on our actual enrollment. And as you know, our enrollment decreased from our original projections. So we didn't have the ministry funding to hire the same number of teachers and EAs as we had originally projected.
That actually raises, if I might, an
So
interesting.
I'm just concerned about the time, Trustee Painter, and noting that you are on the audit committee. I wonder if you want to prioritize your questions, if we could.
Well, what I see is that in the December 31st report on page 3, educational assistant salaries are lower in the current year due to a reduction in the allocation of operational funding. However, increased federal funding specific to the COVID pandemic has allowed the district to retain the same number of educational assistants overall. So I can understand, based on Associate Secretary Treasurer Stride's comments, that perhaps we didn't receive the same amount of special education funding, but that this is suggesting a reallocation or a reduction in the allocation of operational funding. So I would just like clarification if that's the case. And if it is, if we could get just a quick summary of how many special ed students we lost this year. Thank you.
So I can speak to that if you like. So preliminary budget, we thought we had a certain number of students and a certain number of designations. We come to the actual staffing, we have less, therefore we staff less EAs. Along comes the federal funding announcement, and we put out to schools based on COVID under the health and safety and learning categories. What say you schools, what do you need in terms of delivering this transitional program, keeping to your cohorts, trying to provide supervision outside, et cetera, et cetera. The schools tell us what we need. We reviewed that and put it in the spending plan that was approved on September 20th. And allocated that to schools. So they were two separate processes. As to the number of special needs students that, or designations that changed from February, we'd have to bring that back to another meeting.
Chair, do I require a motion to have that move forward, or can that just be a request?
I think that we have a motion on, do we have a motion on the floor currently to accept this report? Secretary Treasurer Morris?
I don't see.
No, we don't. Okay, so yes, if you wanted to do that, you certainly could.
Okay, I was just seeking clarification if that was necessary or
Yes,
just.
definitely.
Okay. I apologize, I'm trying to do that off the cuff. Request that a report on the number of special education designation students from what the numbers are in the current year and previous year are.
Trustee Painter, do you want to bring such a motion like that to ops?
I'll bring it to ops.
Or ed policy is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'll bring it there.
Might as well get it right. And
I'll put the
not that you can't craft it on the fly. I'm sure you can, but.
Can I put the recommended motion on the floor, please?
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Hensa. So the motion is to accept the December 2020 quarterly financial report as presented. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that was no abstention, so that's unanimous. It's weird how everybody moves around on the screen. It makes it hard to track, especially this hour. Okay, superintendent's report, and I'm going to just take leave for 2 minutes. Trustee Leonard, if you can take the chair here.
Sure, be happy to.
Thank you.
Superintendent's monthly report is there before you. Would somebody like to put the motion on the floor? Trustee Ryan Painter, second by Trustee Ferris. Any comments, questions? Trustee Whitaker.
Sorry, okay, thank you. So I guess one of these are, would like superintendent's reports to be very informative. One, just under district committees, the equity committee meeting. I don't know that that happened unless I missed something. So maybe we can just edit that one because I believe that meeting was canceled. But I was curious about my shorthand, school district summer learning audit. Where is that? Oh, there, down at the bottom. If you can maybe, like, what is that? What's going on there? And then just underneath it, South Park Family School. I thought that was South Park School and not South Park Family because it's not a, didn't we change that program?
Superintendent?
So we went through a district audit that Kim can speak to a little bit more around our summer school programs. And South Park, I believe, kept its original name. Right? Crystal?
You mind if I clarify? My understanding is what the board did was that it left South Park's educational program intact, but it restricted access to that educational program to the catchment, the new catchment that it was created.
Okay. So
I'm looking for some feedback on what is a school district summer learning audit and what did we learn out of that? Thank you.
Superintendent.
Well, Secretary Treasurer.
Secretary Treasurer.
It's also in my report. So from time to time, when we put in our 1701 data, whether it be in September, February, or May, or our summer school data, we put that in through MyEdBC to the province, and that's how we get funded. And so from time to time, as you'll recall, even last spring, we had a regular enrollment compliance audit announced by the ministry, which got postponed due to COVID. And so this is a similar exercise where the ministry does a compliance audit for summer school. And so we went through the machinations of that during the week of February 8th with the audit team from the ministry, and we should receive our report within 30 days of that week. So by the 11th.
Will we get a copy of that or some?
We'll report out on that. It's in my report here. And when we get the report back from the auditors, we'll be sure to report to the board.
Excellent, because I think that's an area we might be making changes. So yeah, unless anybody else has questions, I just would like to see the equity committee struck because we did not meet on that report.
So this is not, Crystal, I can't put you in this conversation. I'm sorry. Can we call the question on?
Sorry, point of clarification, Chair. Yep. Was it not the equity committee that proposed the education funding? That was
January. We just didn't
okay,
do
thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, recommended motion is on the floor. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Trustee Painter is opposed. Okay, and the motion carried and the chair goes back to Chair Waters. Secretary Treasurer's report.
Thank you, Trustee Leonard. Are we doing trustee questions? Right, is that where we are? U1B?
There are no questions. No,
this is trustee questions.
Oh, sorry.
But that's good news for down the line here, because if we don't have any questions yet, I don't think we're going to get any. Trustee Whitaker?
Thank you. So we've been hearing about it an awful lot, but when I reviewed the minutes, the administrative manual in December was said that we would be posting that at the end of January. So I'm just looking for an update as to when we will be seeing this. In November or December, it was like just about done, going to post next week, but now we're at the end of February.
And I appreciate the question for sure. It has gotten bogged down as COVID continues to switch. So does our amount of time being able to put onto it. So I will have a main frame of all of the different pieces that will be on our website by June for sure. We are also going to provide, as Trustee Painters spoke to earlier, a list of admin procedures that will be coming in the fall. So trustees will be able to track under abandoned policies, which ones are still on our process to be created and established. And my apologies that it's taken so long. COVID has certainly provided a lot of challenges for us as it continues to pivot.
I'm sorry, I didn't get a date there. I missed that.
June.
June.
Trustee Duncan?
So will we continue with the policies that have been referred to that manual until the manual is up and running and ready, or what's the plan there? We just want to have policies in those areas until the manual's done? I'm not sure if I'm clear on what the process is here.
So I'm not sure I'm clear on your question. We have taken all of the current admin procedures and updated them. We've taken a great deal of the amount that have been abandoned for various reasons, and either they have been permanently abandoned or being updated to be a part of the admin procedures, and then reviewed areas where we perhaps didn't have ones created before. And each one of those in all of our areas is taking a little bit of time under facilities or ESP or any of the other areas to develop. I can create hopefully a agenda and a guideline for trustees so you can see the ones that are coming, but we're tracking either ones that have to be developed, will be developed, or are in process. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Through the chair to the superintendent, may I clarify?
Yes, I think what it's just not going to be posted is the thing. It's not that it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and I guess that's the source of my question. I guess, and my confusion is that we referred it to an administrator's manual, presumably because it's still relevant. So how do people know what our policies are in the meantime, or our administrative procedures, or whatever we're going to call them? I guess that's my question.
We have ones that are currently posted already, and if regulations are sitting, they still are there. And hopefully with the structure that we'll be able to move into will be fully ready to switch over by June.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any other questions? Trustee Rob Painter.
Just a broad process one. With respect to eScribe, I've tried to download the operational or the policy overview that was presented in November, and it does not seem to be available for download. Could we ensure that everything that comes forward to the board is available for download and retention? I just find that in some cases,
Nothing on eScribe. Nothing on eScribe does that. You cannot move it out of there. You have to go to the website.
Is that correct? That nothing can be downloaded off of eScribe?
Can we have this for another time, this conversation, please?
Well, it's a trustee question.
It's been asked in email, and I believe that Mr. Canty said that he was going to look into it.
Okay. One other question, Chair.
Sure.
I've been chasing this one for a while. In the minutes that came out of the December Ops Committee, there were a number of questions with respect to the Vic High seismic upgrade project. Question 5 that is on page 3 of the document, it had to do with a newspaper article in which the Secretary Treasurer was quoted that the current scope of the stadium and track came about as a result of consultations, and that the ultimate of the decision of the larger stadium project was made prior to the 158 unit housing project coming along. And so my question with that is, as context, is can the secretary clarify and update these minutes to reflect when the board was advised that the stadium project would not be going forward in the course of the Vic High seismic upgrade process?
I can try to do that, but my understanding is that was a decision made several years ago. So I don't know if I can look back on minutes to see if the board was, or when the board was advised. It may take time.
I'd be happy to offer Secretary Treasurer that the board wasn't actually advised that the 8-meter right-of-way was going to limit the potential for the stadium project until this
Okay,
August.
point of order. I don't think this is an opportunity to ask a genuine question, not to argue a specific point. So I'm going to move
Chair,
on.
I have asked to address this question quite a number of times, and I've been put off and put off. So I am requesting that this be addressed this time. And I'm certainly willing to wait for when this will be amended, but if I could get a heads up on when the answer will be amended to reflect when the board was advised that the stadium project was not going to be going forward, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Can I get an update on when that will be amended?
I think the Secretary Treasurer just answered you.
No, the Secretary Treasurer did not answer me. I'm requesting a specific timeline for when those minutes will be updated.
I said that I would need to research and see if I could find that answer to your question.
Are you able to hazard a guess of when you would be able to update that information?
Point of order, Madam Chair, please. Through the chair, questions should be asked through the chair, not directly to staff.
And this
Thank
is
you.
a superintendent questions. This isn't questions for the Secretary Treasurer. So
I
I
asked to the
understand that you're very
superintendent.
frustrated. She's giving you the best possible answer and we are moving on. So Secretary Treasurer, it's your monthly report at E2A.
Okay, I offer my report to you, some activities that I've taken part in. I've already covered off the summer school audit, and just to let you know that we were advised by the ministry about the work of the Officer of the Auditor General to carry out some summary financial information provided by school districts at March 31st for inclusion in the government summary financial statements. Because we're a big district, we often have participation in an oversight role. And so we are not oversight, but extended. So we're included with 19 other school districts in the extended list. And this is just where the ministry to the Auditor General looks at summary financial statements to test for reasonableness or materiality changes or concerns. So nothing to worry about. It's not an audit, just that we are in an extended sample of 20 school districts in the province. And I believe this has happened from time to time.
Thank you. Would somebody like to move? We accept the report. Thank you, Trustee Painter, Trustee Leonard. Are there any questions? Trustee McNally.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the Secretary Treasurer. Just a quick, simple answer. I'm sure this will be. I see the Indigenous Bento Box Learning Series, and it's just such an interesting cultural juxtaposition. I'd like to know what it is.
This is a learning series. So I've been here, this is my second year. And so annually, and maybe Colin can answer this as well, but it's an invitation that I received. There's a learning series each year from the Indigenous Education Department, and I partook in one of the sessions they offered.
Just follow up. Do you?
It's Bentwood, not Bento.
Oh,
Oh,
that helps.
corrected. Sorry.
I too was curious. Okay, all those in favor of receiving the report? Thank you, and that's unanimous. Now on to bylaw 2021-02, Victoria School seismic upgrade statutory right of way.
Thank you.
Motion on the floor.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Page. Go ahead, Secretary Morris. Take us away.
Okay, so the bylaw presented tonight is to do with some statutory right-of-ways and some road frontage improvements as resulting from the Vic High construction project. I would just like to make it clear and on the record, this SRW and frontage improvements have nothing to do with the Caledonia project. This is simply a large capital project taking place in the city of Victoria, and as such, the city of Victoria requires of the, or requests of the organization to make some improvements to sidewalks, curbs, gutters, etc. And so we offer a bylaw today to make improvements on Gladstone, sidewalk, curb, and road repair, Grant Street, sidewalk, gutters, and curb, Fernwood, sidewalk, and relocate bus stop to tennis courts, depending on conceptual design and cost containment. The city is asking for statutory right-of-ways to widen sidewalks, and will be undertaking the Fernwood SRW improvement in its own budget. And it's not an unusual request from a municipality to a large, what they would call a development and we would call a school, in terms of improving some of the amenities and services around the site. And I think Chuck and Jim are here if there are any other concerns or questions around that. Did I miss anything?
I don't believe so.
Not at 10:40 p.m. Hey, Chuck? Okay. Do our partners have anything to say, or can we'll move right into debate? Crystal, go ahead. Or shall I say Chair Hammer?
You can say whatever you would like. But can I just ask a question? I'm misunderstanding. Are you just granting the SRW, or you are also doing the work? And then I just noticed that it looks like the district is preparing and registering and paying for the SRW draft, but is the district not requesting it? Or sorry, is the city not requesting it? And isn't it normally the requester who prepares and pays for the?
So the city and facility staff and myself have gone back and forth. This tends to be a bit of a negotiation between the municipality and a school district on any capital project. And so the school district, through its construction budget and some savings it found, is going to do the improvements to Gladstone and to Grant and to part of Fernwood around the bus stop. And the rest of the improvements will be paid through the city capital budget. And because the SRWs are on the Vic High site, the city owns many of the lots comprising the Vic High site, but we have administrative control over the lots. And so that's why we're granting the SRW. And yes, we did agree to prepare them.
Okay. Trustee McNally?
Okay, Chair. A question through the chair to the Secretary Treasurer. On page 10 of 216, in the second paragraph there on that page, be it further resolved, are the related and ancillary documents, are those going to be cost documents? I don't see anything about costing in here, and I'm reluctant to pass a bylaw for work that we don't know how much it's going to cost. So is that what that refers to? All related and ancillary documents, as the Secretary Treasurer may, in her discretion, consider advisable?
Yes, I think this would be documentation such as signing letters from legal, or the bylaw does refer to an SRW agreement, which I would bring to the board. But the costs involved are the Grant and Gladstone improvements that we're taking responsibility for would be about $250,000, and the Fernwood bus stop sort of project would be $100,000, and we realized savings through some over budgeting in the development charges that will cover off these costs. And we estimate the surveying and prep of the registering of the documents may be a further $20,000 to $40,000.
Thank you.
That answers your question. Good. Trustee Whitaker.
Thank you. I want to talk about the bus stop, and hearing that it's going to be $100,000. I'm concerned that this should be a cost for BC Transit, not necessarily ourselves. I mean, my hope is, of course, that they'll make a good bus stop, but so I'm just curious how that works and what discussions we are having with BC Transit, and as to why the bus stop is moving and how they're going to help us with that. Like, are they going to build the bus shelter, or do we have to build that shelter? Right? Like, it just seems odd that we are paying for something for BC Transit, something for the city. I don't know. I believe the improvement there is not to build the bus stop, but to improve the sidewalk or the access to Vic High site. Chuck, is that correct?
That's correct. The current bus stop is going to be moved south down to the entry by the basketball court, I believe it is. And Transit will be doing their own bus shelter. We're providing that location, and we'll also have to provide, I believe Jim said, another 0.5 meter. So that sidewalk can be widened a little bit, and it's not taking away any green space.
So just to follow up on that, so I guess I also just want to make sure that this bus stop is highly accessible. So and we'll work with their buses and with the hopefully with the bike racks. I want the bus stop to do the very best it can for students, especially if we're paying for a lot of it. So is there discussions happening for wheelchair access, for the special handicap buses? And I mean, if we're going to build it and pay for it, I would like to see it suit all those needs.
The city and the transit have been in conversation. We're providing the spot for it.
Okay.
Transit's doing it.
Okay, so if you can just follow up with us as that's going through, that they are making sure that it's got the wheelchair accessible, and that especially for our handy dart buses coming through there, it would be, if we're going to do it, let's do it right and do it for the next 20 years.
Yep, we'll ask that question to make sure that when they do their work, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, and the swings. Yeah, and I know the swing space to get those bikes off the buses are something that students have mentioned, that it's often a little bit too rushed. And I can see that as being an issue at Vic High, to make sure that the pullout does provide them enough to get those bikes off safely. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Trustee Duncan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of quick questions. The first was just to clarify the costs associated with this, and thank you to the Secretary Treasurer for providing some of those costs. I just wanted to clarify in relation to the surveys required, who's paying that cost? And then my other question is just around the wording of the motion. So maybe I'll let the Secretary Treasurer answer the first question.
So the first question is that we agreed to prepare and register the documents to be registered for the SRWs. So that is going to be our cost as agreed.
and that would fall, sorry, through the chair to the secretary treasurer. Would that fall within the 100,000 that, or the up to 40,000 that you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And then my second question through the chair to the secretary treasurer, I just wanted to clarify the nature of the motion before us. So this second to last, so this is on page 165 of the packet. It's the second to last, well, the last full paragraph, which starts with, be it further resolved that the secretary treasurer be and is hereby authorized on behalf of the board to execute and deliver the SRW agreement, the board SRW, and all such amendments thereto and all related and ancillary documents as the secretary treasurer may, in her discretion, consider advisable. Does this mean that the board is essentially transferring its discretion in relation to any further negotiations or changes to you to exercise on our behalf?
In this particular, on the Vic High site, yes. But as always, I bring agreements back to the board for information and approval. So this prevents, let's say, the survey or the registering of the SRWs. You know, if I have a bylaw reading tonight, do I bring that back again? Or are you approving that tonight? So to streamline the signing of documents, explaining the project here in terms of the upgrades and the statutory right of way, which is on one piece of our title property, and preparing the other parcels, SRWs, to grant the sidewalk widening, and hoping that by passing the bylaw that we can go forth and get this done as expeditiously as possible so that we can advance the project itself.
Thank you, Secretary Treasurer. I hope that I don't have to read all of this.
No, you don't. The title and the pack-up have the detail in it, so you don't have to read the whole thing.
Okay, so, and there's two recommended motions here.
I believe there are.
There's the first, and then I see two. Do we do them separately? The second is just the first, or not just, but it's the first, second, and third reading. So do them separately?
Sure.
Okay, so the first one is the very long part there for before you, and it's already been moved and seconded. And we've had our debate. So all those in favor? All those opposed? And any abstentions? Trustee Whitaker, or sorry, Duncan. The motion carries. And now we'll move to the reading the first time, the 22nd day, and the second time, and the third time.
Could you just note that I was an abstention as well? I'm not sure you saw me.
No, I didn't see you. Okay, Duncan and McNally abstained. Trustee Rob Painter was opposed, and the rest it carried. So now we're on to the three readings of the bylaw. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thanks, Trustee Painter, Trustee Ferris. Any debate on this? I think we covered it in the last round. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? Trustee Rob Painter, Trustee Duncan, and all those and abstainers. Thank you, Trustee McNally. And the motion carries. So, Secretary Treasurer, we're now at the amended annual budget.
So,
Point of order, Chair. Does the decision to give all three readings in a single night not have to be unanimous?
yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so it doesn't carry. We'll go the first two do, and then we carry the first one forward. Is that how it goes?
Yep. So could we have a mover and seconder for the first and second reading and vote on that?
Okay. Trustee Ferris and Trustee Leonard. All those in favor of the first and second reading? All those opposed? Trustee Rob Painter and trustee McNally abstains. So that carries. And Lisa, is it still no questions?
That is correct.
Okay, I thought we may have jinxed ourselves there. At G1, 2, and 3, there's our record of in-camera meetings.
Oh, we have
And
to
then
do
we're
the
on-
amended budget, I hope.
Oh, right, sorry. I'm 10:30 is when I turn into a pumpkin. Okay, back to C. But luckily we've knocked those others off the list, so we're just moving around a little bit here. The amended
Motion on
annual
the floor.
budget.
Can I put the motion on the floor?
Sure. Do you have a seconder? Trustee Ryan Painter. Thank you.
So it's 7 minutes to 11. We have a presentation that we included in the pack-up. Is it the board's wish that we provide the presentation, or would it like to move straight to the motion?
Is this a time-sensitive item?
Yes, it's due on February 26th to the ministry.
So the question is essentially, do we want to
I'll put a motion on the floor to extend the meeting for another 10 minutes and let's do the full presentation. This is important that the board's doing their work. So can we extend the meeting by 10 minutes?
I don't know that 17 minutes is going to do it.
Then 15, I don't know.
Point of order, Chair. I will request that the meeting refer my motion regarding a letter to Dr. Bonnie Henry to the next ops meeting. It was on the previous ops meeting and I wasn't there to move it. So let's take that last motion off the agenda. I'm sure everyone will be ecstatic. So maybe the time limit will give us what we need.
Okay.
Is that good?
Can we just make a motion to extend the meeting and then we're not on a limit where that I have to police? Sure. Is that okay, Trustee Whitaker? Okay, go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Associate ST Stride. And I hope Andy's going to help with the presentation. Thank you, Katrina.
You're welcome. And you can go to the next page. So as you know, I'm Katrina Stride, Associate Secretary Treasurer. And this evening we're presenting the 2020-2021 amended annual budget. Before I go into the presentation, I want to acknowledge Julie Lettner. And she's our Director of Finance, Budgets, and Financial Reporting. And she's dedicated the past several months working on the amended annual budget. And she is here attending the evening this evening to help answer any questions that you might have. So please feel free to ask questions as we go through the slides. You don't need to save them till the end. I will try to make this as painless as possible. Andy, next slide. So we always try to keep to the forefront of our minds that we're looking at the strategic plan, the board work plan, district operational plans, school growth plans, as we align our resources and budget allocations to support student success. And all of this is centered on the student learning experience. Next slide. In June 2020, the board approved the 2020-2021 annual budget. The budget bylaw at that time was $253,606,307. That budget bylaw was based completely on estimated revenue and expenses for the current year. The ministry requires that we approve an amended annual budget by the end of February every year. The new bylaw amount is $268,408,578. And the amended budget bylaw is based on the revenue and expenses that are tied to actual enrollment at September 30th. Any new revenue and expenses that were confirmed after the annual budget was approved in June, as well as any expenses that are related to unspent budgets from the prior year that we plan to spend in the current year. Next slide. So this slide just has some of the larger items that make up the difference between the two budgets. Our operating grant was down because our ministry operating grant funded student FTEs were down by 339 FTE. And as a result of lower enrollment, our variable operating expenses such as staffing and supplies were also lower. The international student program, the regular student enrollment actually went up by 44 FTE from our preliminary budget, but short-term enrollment was down by 55 students. Rental and investment income are down as a result of COVID. And we saw some new funding sources in the amended budget, the provincial and federal COVID funding. And there's also an early career mentorship funding for the GVTA as negotiated with the BCTF. Next slide. Feel free to jump in if you do have any burning questions. So this is an overview of the operating fund, has revenue, expenses, and the amount of the prior year surplus that we need to appropriate in order to balance our budget. If you look at revenues, they're down by about 800,000, but our expenses are up by 3.3 million, and our transfers to capital are down by 339,000. We just have to remember that even though the expenses are up significantly more than revenue, the reason is that we're budgeting for expenses using prior year surplus. So there isn't a matching revenue that will net those expenses to zero. And that's why you see on this slide, we originally approved 7 million coming from our surplus at the end of last year. And now that we've added in expenses using the prior year surplus, we have to bring in an additional almost 3.8 million. So if you go to the next slide. So there's our original 7 million that the board approved. And we're estimating that we'll use school carry forwards, department carry forwards, all of our purchase order commitments. And then we have one line, which are the actual budget changes, and those are detailed on the next slide. So you can go to the next slide. So there's quite a few items that are listed here. I'm not going to go through all of them. Many of them have already been reported monthly on the budget change report. But I would like to draw your attention to 3 new items that are on the list. Starting at shop upgrades, you can see it's 350,000. And that is to fund the recommendation as a result of the shop's audit. Immediately below that one, there is a facilities maintenance software for 87,000. We're looking to replace our current solution for facilities and asset life cycle management, utilities and energy management, key control, space planning, and hopefully have better integration with financial services and HR departments. And underneath that one, there's 52,000 for a Atrieve HR workflows module. In implementing 2 other modules in Atrieve, we found that there is a workflow that we have that's uses a customized software program that was written quite a few years ago, and it will no longer be supported as of the middle of March. I see that Winona has a question.
Thanks, Katrina, and sorry, I know.
No, that's totally fine.
Can you just explain the increased TTOC expense? Or say something about that? It seems like a huge increase over what was expected.
Julie, do you want to jump in on that one?
So the TTOC expense is a result of teachers. So if a teacher is sick, a TTOC comes in and replaces them. So that is salary and benefits of additional TTOC costs from what we budgeted. The bulk of the increase is due to long-term sick leaves. So unfortunately, I don't have more than that. I just know that long-term sick leaves have increased significantly. So we have to bring in more TTOCs to cover them off. Does that help?
Nope, that's a good explanation. Thanks very much.
Great. Thanks, Julie.
Katrina?
Yes, I think I hear Rob. Can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. I was just wondering, I'm just trying to follow along on another page. I think it's page 11 of the presentation package, and it's got substitutes at an increase of 1.6. So just wondering, here it looks like TTOCs is 1.18. What would be the distinction between the two?
If you're looking just at the line of substitutes, that would be all substitutes, not just TTOCs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be admin staff substitutes as well?
Yeah, QP 947, QP 382, I would think as well.
Okay. All right, thanks very much.
Any other questions on this page? I know there's a lot of information on there. And we can always come back.
Katrina, actually, could I jump in one more time? I was looking at the staffing and supply expense reduction due to lower enrollment, 2.5 million. But elsewhere, it looked like there was actually on page 12 that there was an increase in services of 2.2 and increase in supplies of almost 2. Could you just clarify how that works for me?
I think I can answer this one, but Julie may want to jump in. I'm thinking that this is staffing and supplies that are tied specifically to enrollment, whereas the other page would be services and supplies across the entire district. So not just school-based.
Okay.
Anything more, Julie, or is that good? Okay. Should I move on?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Okay. Andy, let's go to the next page. All right, so this is looking at the projected unappropriated or unrestricted surplus at June 30th, 2021. So this would be if there were no other changes as of the point when this budget was done. So we had set up a COVID contingency budget. We had a small amount that was unappropriated at the end of last year. And we set up a reserve for international student program because we weren't sure if their estimates of enrollment would come in as planned. And so then the 503,000 of budget changes come off of that. So we're looking at an unappropriated surplus of 2.5 million. Next page. Okay, so this is an overview of the revenue and the operating fund. So I'll just highlight the larger variances, but if you have questions, you can jump in. So the operating grant has come down by 1.7 million. That's a result of school-aged enrollment dropping by almost 302 FTE. That's about $2 million with the funding protection. Funding for unique needs, so that would be English ELL, English language learning, I think it's called. Indigenous education and special needs have gone down by 700,000. Going the other direction, though, is we got an extra $1 million as supplement for our salary differential. And that means that our average teacher salary at our school district is higher than the provincial average. And summer learning went down by 121,000. Jumping down to other Ministry of Education grants, they're up by 719,000. So that includes the Early Career Mentorship Fund. There's support staff, standardized extended health benefits, and projected February and May continuing education enrollment, and graduated adults in distributed learning and continuing education.
Katrina, sorry, I just, and Chair, I do apologize. I've got this on full screen, so I'm not trying to circumvent you with my questions.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I just note it is 10 past 11, so make sure you're prioritizing your questions.
Yeah, the LEA recovery, I understood that LEA, is that not on a cost recovery basis? I was just wondering, is that 64K going to be returned somehow, or?
So what happens with that is the LEA with the Songhees, they let us know how many students are on the nominal roll, and then our grant funded is reduced by that amount, and we're funded through, I believe it's federal funding for those students.
Right, but I thought somehow that whatever we get federally, we give back provincially, or there was some way that it was supposed to balance out. I was just surprised to see anything other than just a zero there.
It does net out. So the other side of it is in the operating grant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, provincial grants are up 62,000. That's related to some grants that we get from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sports for after-school programming, as well as we sometimes have a little bit of revenue for the sale of surplus assets at public auction. Tuition up 659, and that's basically around our international student program, with some ups and downs around summer school, continuing education, and distributed learning. Other revenues are up 169,000. Again, some of the revenue sources are up, some are down. We're seeing an increase in international administration and student fees because their enrollment is higher than we anticipated. Also some industry training authority revenue coming in for our trade students, and rebates and commissions and some donations. Items that are down are cafeteria revenue, Art Starts performance grant that we didn't apply for this year, and we're also not getting a French monitor, which we originally had budgeted for. Rentals and leases are down 264,000. That's basically a result of COVID and not renting out our facilities to external parties. And investment income down 506,000, and that's because of the drop in the interest rates because of COVID. So our interest rates have gone from 2.95% down to 1.45%, and we haven't seen them recover over the past almost year. Next slide. So now we're looking at expenses, and this is specifically salaries and benefits. So our teacher salaries are down 1.6 million, and that's due to a reduction of 16 teacher FTE due to the enrollment decline. Principals and vice principals, we have a decline of 361,000, and that's due to some vacancies at the district level that weren't backfilled. EAs are also down 179,000, and that's related to the lower special needs enrollment. And subs are up 1.6 million, as Julie mentioned, teacher sick time. Also, when we also spend budget from the prior year, so a lot of times we budget for TTOC release time, so that will be in there as well. Benefits are down 546,000. 300,000 of that is actually a result of an adjustment to the pension for teachers. We didn't know what the pension rate would be, so we had estimated a small increase, and that didn't materialize. So we were able to reduce that budget. Next page. All right, so these are services and supplies. We've got an increase in services for 2.2 million. Keeping in mind, again, that we're also bringing in prior year surplus, so that does make a difference here. We also have increased legal services costs as a result of some land deals that we're talking about. We've got some new contracts, the equity of opportunity grant, there's some mental health contracts. We make payments to Camosun and UVic for the trades programs, the dual credit courses. Those software implementations are in there, and quite a bit for international student program agent fees and facilitator contracts. And then just inflationary increases, particularly around like software maintenance, the larger ones that we pay at the district. Student transportation is down as a result of a reduction in field trips due to COVID. Pro-D and travel down also due to COVID, just because there's limited Pro-D opportunities and travel restrictions. Those reductions are actually higher than 21, but they've been offset by some payments that were made directly to the GVTA for Pro-D, and that's around early career mentorship, curriculum and learning support fund, and the equity of opportunity fund. Our insurance premiums have gone up by 54,000. So that's our regular school protection plan and the optional building program. And supplies have gone up 2.2 million, again, mostly due to spending prior year surplus. And also we are encouraging our schools and departments to spend their surplus and their current year allocations on current students. The 350,000 for the shop upgrades is also included in that amount. And we've seen an increase in non-instructional supplies, mainly in facilities as a result of implementing the COVID safety protocols. And next slide. So this slide is one of the schedules that's in the ministry template. What we've done is taken the budget for each line item. We have indicated the percentage of the total expense budget, but then also divided it by the total ministry operating grant funded FTE. So our funded FTE for school age and funded adults does not include any international students. So you can see the expense category divided by the total FTE, which is 19,433.63 students. And you can see how much we're spending in each category per FTE. Highest is obviously teachers. And if you look at the total salaries and benefits, that makes up 89% of our total expense budget. I just need a drink of water.
Katrina? And I realize this might be a broader question than we have time for tonight, but I'm just trying to figure out the services and supplies, like with the COVID, for example. I would have thought that some of the funding for that, bless you, would have come out of our federal provincial return to school funding. Is there going to be any reporting on those funds, those expenditures?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then,
oh, sorry.
I was just wondering for another time, would it be possible to get the breakdown of the changes in service and supplies, just so that I can understand what the difference is in those two amounts?
Oh, those two lines?
Yeah.
Breakdown how? By area?
Yeah, I don't want to make it complicated. I just you mentioned that there were some larger amounts. I guess what I'm really getting at is what I'm trying to understand is if services and supplies were coming out at least partially out of school held funds, does that come out of the operational budget, or does that come out of a reserve somewhere, like this part of the surplus?
Yeah, it would come out of the surplus. Ones that were, so we budget for the current year, and then we also, when we do the amended budget, we add in the anything that we think we'll spend to the end of the year out of the surplus.
Okay.
Yeah, so we, at the end of the year, we had a list when we presented the financial statements,
right,
what all those different pots were. And then we have detailed support. So we have by school what their carry forward was. Then they have a maximum reserve that they're allowed to keep. And then there was also all of the various department projects, which includes Pro D funds. So any contractual obligation, all of that would be in there as well.
Okay, I'll come up with a more specific question and email that to you and the Secretary Treasurer.
And in the budget document, those lines, I believe, are broken out by function area, but we can connect after. I can direct you to the page to look at that if you'd like.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, okay, next slide. So moving into special purpose funds, these are funds that are set up to track restricted contributions from either the province or external parties. We're not allowed to transfer any money from operating or capital into special purpose. And we're just going to highlight some of the larger special purpose funds. So if you want to move to the next slide. School generated funds. So these are funds that are collected at the school level from parents, PACs, community members, and they're generally for field trips, activities, lunch programs, fundraising initiatives. This graph just kind of gives you a sense of the school generated funds at the different levels. So not so much at elementary, but quite a bit more at the secondary level. The numbers that we've used are actuals from 2019, 2020, and the year prior. So you can see that there was an impact on the school generated fund revenue in 2019, 2020 as a result of COVID. So those left-hand lines are slightly, in some cases, significantly lower. So we're looking at millions of dollars. Sorry. Next slide. Community Link, also ministry funding. So these are funds that support vulnerable students at 16 of our schools. 2 alternative programs, and 4 family of schools, and each of the families receive a youth family counselor. And we just wanted to note that 50% of our vulnerable student population at other schools are not currently being supported by this funding. Next slide. Community link. So this is just showing you how the current year budget has been allocated. So 1.4 million has gone towards salaries, 1.8 million to contracts, and that's with our youth family counselors and a couple of social workers, 460,000 on food and 150,000 on supplies. And next slide. Classroom enhancement funds, again, a large special purpose fund, 19.7 million that we're budgeting. These are funds that we've received that are related to implementing restored GVTA collective agreement language as it relates to class size and composition. So that 19.7 million is adding almost 147 enrolling teachers, teacher FTE, 28 non-enrolling, as well as D35 prep time and remedies, 2 custodians due to additional classroom space, and 1.286% or 286 FTE position in HR due to increased staffing and remedy tracking. Next slide. And I'm going to pass it over to Kim. She's going to talk to these next 2 slides. Yeah, you can go to the next one, Andy.
Thanks, Katrina. So just wanted to show you a comparison of the September 28th approved spending plan to the amended budget we see here today. There should be an asterisk beside teachers, the first line item. So this budget has gone down from the spending plan by about $551,000. And you'll see a single asterisk at the bottom. And the difference here is in the salary, in hiring timing, and the lower average salary. So when these later positions come on board, or part-time positions, they tend to be the newly hired or more junior teachers at a lower grid. And we budgeted the spending plan at teacher average salary, which is much higher. You can see the changes from the spending plan to the amended budget here. We also received $652,000 in increased revenue. I'll just draw your attention to the last line before total expenses called unallocated. Because we received that increase in revenue that was recently announced in January, we have not allocated that yet. We're waiting for a MERV filter discussion to happen between Chuck and the ministry, as the ministry's dictated MERV filters for ventilation, but we want to have a discussion around the infrastructure that would be required for us to take that up. And then whatever's left over from the MERV filter discussion would go out to schools for round 3. Next slide. So just to touch base here on the staffing levels, in September, we said we were going to spend about we were going to staff about 26.27 FTE teachers. We ended up staffing 29.58 through rounds 1 and 2. Educational assistants, we had committed to 535 hours with a possibility of 915. Give or take what the principals chose to do with their allocations. And as we sit here today with our amended budget, we have staffed 758 hours per week of education assistant time. And custodians remain as we had budgeted given the early inception of them. Next slide. And so that was federal funding. Provincial funding, we didn't bring a spending plan. We had to allocate this during the summer, I believe. And so our revenue from the provincial grant was almost 6 million. We spent the bulk of that on custodians and custodial supplies, in addition to some other supplies and equipment around technology and learning resources, I believe, and equipment, for a total expenses of 1,552. So that budget has been fully allocated. And then back to Katrina.
Thanks. This slide is just an overview of the special purpose fund revenues, and that's where you can see the larger items are the two towards the bottom, the Safe Return to School grant and the Federal Safe Return to Class Fund and the CEF. So it's more of a repeat of what we've touched on already.
Katrina, before you leave the slide, and I maybe should have brought it up before, but maybe can you come back to us at another meeting when you represented the PAC funds on the slides as to, and it said that elementary schools had less fundraising than the high school. I find that really shocking because it's way easier to raise money at an elementary school level than at the high school level. And I know most of the funding is based on the gaming grant. So maybe you could come back just because I'm trying to figure out why is that number so high? And my thought is this must be locker fees, this must be textbook fees, or the deposits that parents are paying that they're supposed to get back at the end of their 4 years, but we never ask for. So maybe you can clarify or, come back with some answers as to why that high school one is so high compared to elementary school, because it's exactly flipped as to what I expected to see.
Yeah, I think you're probably right when you're thinking about like fundraising and donations and that kind of thing. But at the secondary level, there's there's academies, large field trips, different things like that. But I can certainly, we have them broken down into accounts so we can see what each thing is. So it wouldn't be that hard to pull that together.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Okay, next slide. This just touches on the capital fund, what kind of expenditures are in the capital fund, and just lists some items that may would be considered expenses as opposed to capital, things that we would capitalize as assets and amortize. Next slide. This is from statement 4 within the document. It just shows the sources of funding for the various capital projects that we have planned for the current year. And next slide.
I just wanted to wrap up by saying thank you to our leaders on the finance staff, payroll led by Lynn Yearwood, accounts led by Hervinder Parmar, budget led by Julie Littner, and financial services led by Katrina. I think between these 4 leaders and their staffs, we have a dedicated, committed team that is delivering consistent and inspirational work day after day after day behind the scenes. And I really want to highlight their work and thank them for all that they do that we don't even really see. We expect it and they deliver. And I really want to thank them for that.
You're here.
And then that leads us to the budget bylaw. Thanks for the presentation, Katrina. Great job.
Yeah, really excellent job. It's almost like it's 9 o'clock and you're not exhausted. Really, truly, thank you for bringing the same level of energy to it. Okay, so we're here to give all 3 readings to the budget bylaw with the motion be carried unanimously. So the first motion, could I have a mover and a seconder?
I think that's on the floor already.
It's on the floor already.
Oh, it is on the floor. Okay, and that's just the first part of it. So is there any discussion or debate? Not like, let's just stick to debate. Nope. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Amazing. And now the final is the first, second, and third reading of this. And
So
I have a
moved.
mover.
So
Thank you.
moved.
Who is the seconder? Trustee Ferris. Thank you. Okay. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. So we've done question period. We've done our public disclosure of in camera. Trustee McNally has moved her motion forward. We just removed it. Thank you. Trustee McNally?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I just wanted to be sure that that motion got moved to March ops because I wasn't able to move it at the previous ops, and it would be good if it went through committee.
That's great. No, I really appreciate that. I
Do
look
we know,
forward to
sorry, do we know who the seconder is on that one?
I don't think we need to move to refer it because it hasn't been moved. So just with the permission of the board, we'll forward it along if that's okay.
Yeah. Do you want a
Well, there
motion
needs
to
to be some
adjourn?
record that it didn't just fall off the agenda.
Okay, if you want to do a motion to refer to a definite time, we can do that.
Yep, here we go. Everybody, I
Trustee
love it.
McNally, Trustee Duncan, all those in favor of moving this to ops? And that's unanimous.
Motion to adjourn?
Sounds
Second.
good. I just want to thank our staff and apologize for keeping you all here so late, and our partners as well, Winona and Crystal. It's a very long night, and I appreciate you sticking it out. Yeah, I look forward to a shorter meeting next time, maybe. Yeah, I've got
Thanks,
my
everybody.
blankie on. You know, it's been a long night when I've got my blankie at the end of the meeting. I put that on during the presentation. I forgot to hide it.
You look
Okay,
very
have a good
comfy.
night,